what day it is. Guess what day it. Guess what day it is. Mike. Mike. What day is it, Mike? What day is it, Mike? What day? Uh-oh.
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day. Hump Day. Huh? Anybody?
It's Hump Day.
Guess what day it is? I know you can hear me. Hump Day. Guess what day it is? What day is it, Mike?
Happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump Day.
Get happy. Get over it.
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day.
Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Big booty.
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Hot like a tamale!
Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass.
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Big booty.
Look at that big ass.
Damn.
Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking.
Hot like a tamale!
Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Anybody? Huh? Mike. What day is it, Mike?
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day. Anybody? Uh-oh. Hump Day. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what today is? Mike. What day is it, Mike?
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day. What day is it, Mike? Anybody?
Welcome to the show, everybody. Let me bring everybody on real quick. We got a packed house. We got people wanting to jump on and hang out, and we do have an open slot with our buddy Tank feeling out of sorts. Hope you feel better, Tank.
Poor Tank.
So
remember he's busy wrestling sharks.
Yeah, in a Shark Tank. Yeah. Let me. So Chris is he's got Infinitales Chronicles 2 coming up, and oh my God, Rex, what are you doing using my face for a thumbnail? Good Lord. That's
I assume you're going to be on tomorrow.
Okay, I can show up, sure. Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. I would have said you a high res. You should have let me know.
We can always change it.
Nuts.
We got about.
It's cool, man. It's funny. It's funny. I love it.
He's gonna send you glamour shots.
I know, right? Hell yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna bring this stuff up. Since Tank's not here, we'll bring up Neon Revenant here. Let's see. I already hit that one. Tell them they went down wrestling with a shark. That's what Tank says. John Apples.
Yep, that's the story, and we're sticking to it.
Yep.
So wait a minute. I'm the bear fighter. He's wrestling a shark.
Right. There's no lady boys involved when Tank wrestles a shark. That's okay. For sure. You got it.
Want them to break a nail.
Hell yeah. Chris, I have the link for your website, and you're more than welcome to drop it, but I'll go ahead and drop this one here for you. I'll do it over here. I can do it here. This is
Did Peter ever figure out what he's gonna draw?
Yeah. Hojo's comic. What's it? Mythic Warriors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mythicals. Yeah.
My Mythicals.
That werewolf was fun to draw.
Mythicals.
That's the right here. I don't know, it's so tough sometimes because I don't know the characters, so I don't know power sets and just basic info. So it's always tricky. But yeah, we'll do a full piece here.
What's up, Dale?
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Hey, Dale.
Oh, you're good. How do we?
Oh, cool.
How do we have everybody on? Because we have Tank, right? So is someone always missing that or
I think Peter's been missing.
Yeah, I'm maybe every other week now. I should be good moving forward.
But I'm only going to be on to midnight.
Yeah, Peter's a semi-regular guest.
Then you can fit somebody else. I'm big enough for two.
It's funny. You guys are funny in the chat. Held Mighty Haldir, thank you, sir, for doing all you do on the show.
There is a pretty good metal cover from Baby Shark.
Yeah. Held Chris out there in the chat. He's promoting his book for signups over. It's called Infinitales Chronicles 2. Absolutely, man. Yep. No, Chris. Bad. No.
Chris should come on the studio.
I like his production progress bars on the...
Yeah, it looks cool. I'll bring up his site here in a bit. Go ahead, Dale. Tell us more.
Oh, yeah. I was just... You rarely see a crowdfunded project be so forthright.
Mm-hmm.
Although our format of our show...
What's up, Scarlett? Hail, Scarlett. Good to see you.
Hey, Scarlett.
I finished my...
Good to see you're not the only gender represented now.
You got representation, male and female now. Evil.
We do.
Yeah.
Equal opportunity representation.
Right. I finished the card contest over there for Scarlet Fever. This is the painted finished piece.
Oh, go full screen.
Severance.
Great.
Sure.
I want to see it big.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And you got it submitted in time, right?
Yeah.
If it matters, you're a wiener. You'll always be a wiener in my book.
Yeah. I want to be the biggest wiener in your book. Actually, I could pull it up here. Let me
What is
bring it up. I
your
have
what
it
is your
scanned.
your book's title? Midgets are us in America.
What?
That's scary, Rex. I'm scared.
Well, I mean, you want to be the biggest. It's like Vienna sausage, right? Because of the title. Go small. Go small. Go small. Or go home.
Why you gotta dog me, Rex? Why you gotta dog me?
Somebody did. I was waiting on the panel to do it, but they wouldn't do it. So
Look, there's the painting scanned, and it's looking beautiful as ever.
Yeah, look at that, man. Very colorful.
Very nice.
The skin on the girl in the upper right is really well done.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a little patchy. I ran out of time and I couldn't work it over too much because then you get to an ugly stage and then you got to go back and get it to a pretty stage again. So it was in the middle, so I didn't want to fuss with it too much. Yeah. All right, let me get this taken out. How do I do this?
So you like Nosferatu, huh?
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, no, good movie.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah, the new one. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah,
fairly new.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! Sword and Sorcery from Dale. We're trying to get him to 0 free copies.
I have 5 left.
5? Wow.
Ooh,
yeah.
Wow.
You have been sending those things out.
I said to myself, Dale's a good guy, and he's giving out a free comic. Why am I not sending for this free comic?
Yeah. Well, thanks
like,
for getting it, Marcus.
It came really quick.
Yeah,
I try and get them out right away.
Yeah, that's great.
Dale will be doing my next project's fulfillment. Confirmed.
I got what copies? I got a bunch of crowdfunders all in 1 week this week. Or the last, like 7 days or whatever. I got Mike Barron's Leviathan. That's a beautiful comic.
Oh yeah, I got that too.
I read some of it already. That's a beautiful comic book. I mean, what a package, just flipping through it.
Graphic novel, if you please.
Vaughn Coleman's issue 2 of Phenomenova.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like one better. No comment.
Okay. I haven't read mine yet.
I know this is just from. It could be written much better, and I know it moves the story forward because I know Vaughn. I feel like his artist was in a rush. The backgrounds were light. I'm just flipping through it. I don't want to be critical because it's hard. I want to be. I just want to say my first.
She said.
And then what else did I get? I got your comic, Dale. Oh, and I read Captain Action versus Al Capone Vampires.
Oh, how was that?
That was fun. I mean, the Frame Brothers are a little stiff to me. Like but it was a lot of fun. It was like just the whole concept is fun. J.C. Vaughn's a good writer.
I imagine it would be.
The Frame Brothers been at it for quite some time.
Oh, for so long.
They are like mainstays almost.
I added Immortal Coil to my to read list. As soon as I'm done with these 2 books, I'm gonna start getting on that list and finish one of them at least.
I actually don't have all that much to draw.
I have Immortal Coil, Reaper Destroyer, the latest Youngblood. There's a manga in there somewhere.
Youngblood, I would not be buying Youngblood.
All right, later, Tank. Hope you feel better, buddy.
It's too extreme for you.
You are missed.
It's the ironic thing. Yeah, no, that's the funny thing about it is I'm not. It's just the funniest thing, the whole extreme thing. It's ironic at the same time, right?
I just bought a Youngbloods number 4 for $1 in the dollar bin. So.
Oh wow!
What's up, K-pop?
Well, there should be plenty of them.
Did you?
No, but I'll be going back. They have about 3 or 4 more copies left.
it's going to cost you 15 times
What
as much
what
to send it
volume
out.
is it? Depending
Plus
on
whatever they
like
have
if
in
it's
the back
volume
room.
one.
What's that?
Yeah.
Did you have a
I actually
question?
don't
Oh,
have
he said if it's volume one. How many volumes of Youngblood have there been?
Oh yeah, it's volume one.
Six,
Yep.
3 or
seven,
4.
6 or
Okay.
7. Yeah, I mean, volume 2 is the one that you want, but volume 2 essentially is
I heard that's the best one.
a Yeah, and volume 2 is technically a continuation of Team Youngblood, but they retitled it Youngblood and continued like the Team Youngblood thread from Image. That was Maximum Press, but that was a that was like the most solid effort ever.
Was that Kurt Busiek's one?
I don't think that ever came out.
No, his didn't. But I know years later they ended
I
up
like that.
using it.
Well, it didn't
Oh,
come out.
maybe it was,
I
like,
thought
it was
that was
a
the second
convention
version.
exclusive, but maybe it was like the plot for the series. They got like one issue out of his description. Yeah, because like Kurt Busiek had, I think, a year one, or Jim Shooter had the year one at one point.
Yeah, they brought the writers.
I don't know. I can't see Jim Shooter doing a good Youngblood.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it depends, kind of. I don't know. I think at that time, Jim Shooter could have touched anything, though. I think even his like Broadway comics work, very, very good, like storytelling, very good episodic issues. I think that time he would have been fine. Like 90s Jim Shooter would have been fine. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to get my erasers. I had to buy like $30 worth of erasers today.
Huh.
Yeah,
K-pop says, "Did you grab issue number 2?"
Yeah.
Is that issue 2 of Youngblood that you're talking about, K-pop? So, was it this one, Rex? Issue 2? Was it this one right here? Is it that one?
No, he said he got 4.
Yeah, I think he said 4.
Oh, K-pop, is this the issue 2 that you're talking about?
I can check my stack real quick. Yeah, there you
Here's
go.
issue 4. Is this the one you're talking about, Rex?
I think that might.
What happened to Rex?
That might be the first.
Yeah, we got our own researcher here.
Rex doesn't want to answer your question.
Rex is embarrassed he bought Youngblood.
Oh shoot! I'm gonna get mine signed by Extreme Artist. Could have been Marcus Koji.
Yeah, right.
And
I don't know.
Mr. Rex is back. What happened, Rex?
Yeah.
No, your mic's
Just
muted or something.
connectivity problems tonight. I don't know what it is.
And I apologize.
Oh man, the
guys.
chat is popping off.
My scanner might be going off a little bit.
Huh? Oh, there's Jay Ryan. Hey, Jay Ryan.
Cool. Oh my God, Jay Ryan's here. It's over. Jay Ryan's here.
Oh no.
No, Jay Ryan. No, I'm tired. Oh, Immortal Coil. Immortal Coil.
Yeah,
that's a cool looking comic, man.
Gerald von Stoddard, I believe, is his name. From what I saw, it looked like a Viking book. He and I were both on a show with Matt Campbell, I believe it was, and his book looked interesting. So I was like, yeah, screw it, I'm gonna grab it.
That's what she said. I'm gonna grab it.
Hey, I am perfectly fine with that.
Oh man, it's too funny. What's up, Jay Ryan in the house?
Although I will say that as excited as I am to look at Reaper Destroyer, I do have a digital copy that I've already.
Oh,
read, so
okay.
I know what to expect when I do get to the book.
Reaper Destroyer.
Yeah,
I
Joe.
just want to
Joe's
say that every
got
time.
I think is a style very reminiscent of some of the best Top Cow work.
Yeah, it's very. I thought Top Cow when I was reading it. It's
Top Cow, me or Spanish.
Yeah, it looks Top Cow to me.
yeah. The story kind of feels Todd McFarlane.
Yeah.
Derek wants to know what's everyone working on tonight. Go around the table if you want. I'll invigonate you in just a second. Oh man, the chat is going off. Go subscribe to
Hey,
the
that's what we're
Mighty
there for.
AKA pad. Well, they don't let me draw. I want to draw. I'm trying to draw. I want to get some work done. I'm gonna ignore them in a little while. I'm gonna be like Shelby, ignoring the chat.
Hey, you gotta do the work. Yeah, you gotta do the work.
Dale, this is for you, buddy.
I came because of the location. I'm staying
Hey,
for
Ryan
Dale
says-
A. That's right.
Hell yeah. Dale brings all the boys to the yard. Hell yeah.
Wait a second.
Milkshake and everything.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah, yeah. Not the promo you were looking for.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Everybody's
who's going first on what they're working on tonight?
Well, I might as well start with
Oh.
you, Dale. You're the first one that they're looking for.
I am working on the final page of Vampire Hunter Sodality Red River. So I will show my screen here. This is the page that Rex was giving me a hard time for last week because I didn't show it. There we go. Final page, the denouement of the story.
Ooh, backgrounds and everything.
Yeah.
Is there pigs on this page?
No pigs.
Vampires eating pigs?
Dang it.
No pigs.
No pigs. No pigs on the train. But after this, I can go to
It's probably a
lettering.
good thing.
This K-pop says Del A is so hot right now. He might be hotter than Jay Ryan since Jay has retired from streaming. Absolutely, K-pop. Absolutely.
Doesn't Jay Ryan still
He's on fire.
stream with Noah sometimes? I mean, he Noah is kind of his Padawan.
Yeah, no one can handle the amount of heat. Hell yeah.
Dang.
Let's see. Everyone should be happy that I'm not streaming right now. Yeah, he's got a woman that's keeping him in IRL instead of virtual.
Well, hose before bros.
He's got his own heat going
Hey,
on.
there are worse ways to go.
Oh yeah, those vampires eat kosher. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Jewish vampire?
What's up, hey Hojo? Heyo. What's up, Hojo? Peter's okay. So that was Dale,
Yeah.
who showed us what he was working on, and I guess there's
No,
Rex.
yeah, I was going to say Rex is gone again. Did you see the page that you were giving me a hard time about last week, Rex?
Oh, I think Rex has technical difficulties.
Rex is a technical difficulty.
Oh, Rex.
Got him.
Got him. Speaking of known Matuckus, my Mavericks Volume 1 Dissemination came in, along with Volume 2 Judgment of Doom. This kid drew this book at 16 years old, 78 pages. It is amazing what a 16-year-old could do. That's fantastic. And then in his 18 to 20, he did Judgment of Doom. So I think he was between 17 and 20. So
Yeah, I got
finishing that one. So-
I had to block that dude. Like
Really? Well, what did Noah do to you?
like way back, dude. Like he found me on Instagram, and he was asking me like how to do rain, kind of like Frank Miller Sin City effect. So I did a live stream on Insta, with him like kind of like in the chat just to, like show him like what my techniques were and stuff like that. And then like from that point, I was like, let me see your character, like the same stuff I do here. I'm like, let me see your character, like I'll draw him. So like I drew that Maverick.
So you were a dick to him, is what you're telling us.
No, yeah, no, and he
I'm
Dude,
kidding.
he would
I'm
go
kidding.
like say weird things about like his dad and like really weird stuff, and I fucking just had to like I just blocked him because I'm like I don't even know if this person's like stable or what, and it wasn't until like later
No.
I found out that he was
Yeah,
like
Oh,
potentially
no.
like a teenager, like, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, what the hell?
that he was a
Yeah,
kid.
but dude, I did like a full
Yeah.
Maverick like piece for him, like a full on like cover.
Oh yeah.
It might be on like it
Wow.
might be on AKA. I might have it like on the site. I thought it came out awesome. Yeah.
Well, he did do this. So speaking of the Frank Miller, he did this Death Blow piece, which is inspired by Frank Miller after Jim Lee, and it's totally like an homage to Jim Lee. It's badass.
Yeah. How do you spell that title? Like it's a Maver ICK.
Here,
Like
IX.
MAVERIX.
with the
Yeah.
let me see.
Yeah. Well, he was young then, and
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
you know,
It was
young and
weird,
dumb.
dude. It was so freaking weird. I had to like screenshot everything just in case like anything came up. And
Right.
and it was all about just like comic book stuff. It wasn't like any of that, but it was always like my father, like this and that, and like I was lying to you because I didn't know who you were, like just weird stuff. And I'm almost like, dude, yeah.
That's kind of weird.
So like
That
you know, like
sucks.
kind of like the book, just like everyone circulating the book again, like reminded me of it.
Maybe you were both scared that you were internet weirdos, and
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Right.
Dude, I'm pretty much a straight shooter. Like, dude, like the kid came in one of my streams asking me questions. I did a live stream for him just to show him like how to do some of the techniques. So, you know, like I always put myself out there, and I get it. You know,
Right. Rex,
Well, you
this
do
was
need to kind
is
of
this
cover your
issue
own ass
4?
a lot of times
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, especially with stupid kids.
That looks
Rex,
like
is
it
this
to
the
me.
issue number 4 that you got of Youngblood?
That looks like
Yeah.
it to me.
Just wanted to make sure.
You already have one.
I've got like 10 of them.
Yeah.
I've got
Mine's
like
in this
10.
box somewhere.
Peter,
Hey, yep.
did I already tell you doing this bit? We got to do Biztober. Everybody else is welcome to join in. We
Oh,
gotta find this box
you're
set.
pulling the trigger
It's-
on BizTober.
Well, it's $29. If you can find it like Pete for 15 somewhere, just make sure it has the wisdom of Lobo, because we're gonna do Biztober at some point, and we're gonna fill this up with Bisley
yeah, dude,
reproduction.
But
art.
that's not fair to tell people to buy that because that book single can go for like $50.
What?
Yeah, that's like a $50 book.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna make it worth $100 with my art in it.
Dude, I cannot find. I guess I never put the artwork on the site.
So you're telling me not to draw Bisley like artwork?
Oh
in
no,
this
I'm
book.
telling you, you can, but if you're telling other people to buy it, you know, like you should know how much it costs.
Well, if it's a $50 book, don't buy it for $50. Be like Pete and find it somewhere for 10,
Dude,
15.
yeah, but I got like,
couple of
dude, I
pennies,
got
whatever.
so lucky when I found that. That was almost just like like spontaneous thing. But anyway.
Oh.
So Biztober
Okay,
is greenlit.
Well, I'm trying to get it greenlit, but I need you to be there too.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
All right.
I've
Yeah,
been talking with Matt about it.
Biztober.
Matt doesn't even have the book yet.
I will
I
do
mean,
Biz-
we've been trying to do Night of the Pizza rounds for 3 months now, and we're waiting on you.
Oh, are you?
I gotta work. I'm just messing with you.
Like sorry.
I'm giving you a hard time. Meanwhile, Rex has done like 30 pizza rounds. He's like, I don't even care anymore. I'm doing it. Look, he's working on one right
dude,
now.
I got like another stack because I've been doing like Friday pizzas as like a reward because of like the work week. So I got like another like 6 or 7 blank because I buy like 3 of them at a time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
but yeah, I mean,
I'm just giving you a hard time, Pete.
no,
Whenever
no,
you're
no,
ready,
no, it's fair.
we'll
That's
wait
fair.
for you. I'm just giving you a hard time. Maybe we'll obviously wait for you because we kind of like
Yeah,
you.
But only on days ending in Y.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, and every day.
Yeah. Oh man. So who's next? Well, Peter's working on a mythicals piece.
Mythicals. Hojo. Who?
Mythical. I always want to say testicles.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No.
Look at that.
And Hojo.
Sorry, Hojo.
Hojo in some of the Twitter firestorm from last week. He did reach out and ask me like a legit question. He was asking me if I consider myself.
Oh, what happened?
Well, no, he was asking like if I consider myself like an artist, because I was kind of like just flatlining on comic books or products. They're not really like art. Like there's only a few comics you can call art. Everything else is a product. And you go,
sure, Pete. Sure, yeah.
So yeah, but
yeah. How many college degrees and research papers have you written about this?
No,
I don't believe
yeah,
it.
but no, it's like this whole thing where it's. But either way,
where's your dissertation?
If I consider myself like a comic book artist,
Warner Brothers stock is.
Oh shit! That was wow. Rex coming in with the fucking bust of the ball.
Yeah, and then he disappears.
What?
Where is he?
Heyo.
Where is
go?
James?
What the hell, Rex? Oh my gosh. Sorry, Pete, go on.
But
Pete.
I was just
tell us.
essentially it was it's a this is comic book illustration. It's not comic book art. Because illustrators have to.
Well, what do you think of?
No, I was going to say, like,
Go
an
ahead.
illustrator is a job. Like, and you hire an illustrator to do a job. An artist could just be like, they can just make up anything.
What are you working on, John?
And be like, hey, this is your character, and you can be like, it looks nothing like my character. It's like, well, it's art. Like you don't want that from a, on the visual side.
Right. You wanted to stay on model.
Yeah. So that's illustration.
John, you want to show us what you're working on?
Yeah,
sir?
I'm working on
Biginated you for
Exodus Z page. Looks like 19.
You don't even know what page?
I've done so many, and I'm doing.
He can't even read.
I'm doing 2 different books right now. I'm trying to make sure I get the right page. And to make Marcus happy,
That looks great.
I've got
dude.
I've got backgrounds too.
You always have backgrounds.
Yeah, look at that, Marcus.
Yeah, I know. He always has backgrounds.
I don't know what backgrounds are.
Yeah, after this page, the shit's really gonna hit the fan in the book.
Sounds great.
Why don't people like backgrounds?
I'm working on light boxing.
Is there a pain in the ass?
Light boxing this drawing.
So are you,
Really
but-
crappy paper.
Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to
Hey,
get
that
it
looks-
onto
that's a cool
a piece of Bristol board so I can ink it.
Oh, you're gonna ink that?
Oh,
baby?
are you
Well,
good
no,
light
I'm gonna-
boxing?
Oh, yeah.
When I light box it over and I have to redraw it again. Light box kind of like yicky.
Yeah, I saw.
Marcus is proving that he should
I
be.
saw that
an
you like
extreme
box.
artist.
I just noticed that like a couple streams ago, Marcus, because it's like your face was glowing, and I'm like, oh, he's like boxing.
Yeah.
He thought you were pregnant for a second.
It's got that Asian glow. Must be drunk.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because I've done. I haven't really started the stuff for John Longbox yet. The pressure's on.
So are you getting you going 40-60 on that? 50-50?
He's
What are
paying
you
me,
doing
that's
over
all.
there? You getting some?
It's a 6-page story with an extra 2-pager. That's all.
It's got the Diller deal.
I'm getting page rate, not a high one.
Yeah.
Not a high page rate.
Oh shit! No, the chat is so. I'm so far behind chat. Sorry, chat.
John needs to push
I don't know,
Heroic Tales 2 more.
Yeah, he's too busy talking about his stupid. I play board games.
Oh
or
yeah, he
whatever
did that board game
his
thing.
dumb Fucking.
I
bullshit
played that
there.
board game with my kids when I had that game.
Was it
Yeah,
good?
it's a fun game, but you know what? You know what? He doesn't realize it, and I don't want to tell him. So what's hurting him is that he got hurt last year, right? And that he was home. He was able to go on Twitter all day and promote his stuff. He's at work and everything. Now he
Yeah.
can't really do that, right?
Right.
So you know he stays on his thing. Like he had Mark Millar's daughter on today.
Yeah, I saw that.
She seemed like a lovely girl. I forgot she was young, boy. I didn't, you know, but that doesn't promote his book that much, you know.
Yeah, but he's making connections. Mark Millar connection, a la Narwhal style.
Yeah, that book is awful.
Yeah, promote the daughter. She's an artist. She does paintings and shit, and she made like a book.
Yeah,
or whatever. That's cool. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like that Narwhal style, so I'm the only one.
Yeah.
I just don't
You don't like
no,
anything after 1991, though.
That's true.
Marcus.
No, that's pretty much true.
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of
K-pop says.
Yeah, real quick. A lot of
Go ahead,
people
Pete.
have even DM me and sent me the and this is going even way back. Like a lot of people don't get the Narwhal style, and I think
I thought everybody got it. It was just me.
No, and I think it's one of those things where he's he's part of the elite class, and people say that they like it. I think it's a little bit of that.
I like it.
Yeah. Well,
I've
if he
been-
could draw, would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
it's people like it. It's fine. It's supposed to be
Yeah.
a great storyteller, so I'm not gonna. I don't know. I didn't read it, so maybe it's awesome. I don't know. I shouldn't say anything. Forget it.
Clip this. Make a YouTube short of it.
Where's Katie?
Marcus
Clip it.
versus Narwhal. Round one.
I think Norwell has a saggy face. I'm sure he's a good. I'm glad he whatever it takes. I mean, there's styles for everybody. Like, you know, there's Robert Crumb. People don't like him. People love him. You know.
Yeah, but Crumb could illustrate though. He could do likenesses. He could do vehicles.
Oh, I know.
backgrounds, he was a master class of himself.
It doesn't look finished to me.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna have to
know.
look
I
up
know.
But that's me.
Narwhal
You know,
so
what am I
everybody's
supposed
talking
to do?
about?
But I'm not the one that matters. Mark Miller matters first.
Yeah, it's
And whoever buys it in the store.
Yeah, it's like whoever pays.
So
for
it doesn't matter to me. He likes other stuff. He liked Pepe. He liked his other artists. Pepe Marino are awesome. So he's looking for a certain style for that book. That's awesome. I mean, it's 6 1 half dozen the other. Anybody who I don't want to be Now everybody's mad at me. I'm going to be kicked.
Oh
out.
no!
You're the new John's Long Box. It's been decided.
Oh, did you see his post today about all those weird things he hates about comics?
Yeah, some of his stuff was ridiculous.
He says that all the time. See, I'm on I do a stream with him, as you know. It's Clobbering Time, and I'm his mod. He says that stuff. I could write his dialogue because he says it all the time, and it's hard to talk him out of it. You know what I mean?
What's his? Yeah, I missed all of this. What was? I'm kind of familiar with John now because he was flipping out about defining a comic book last week. So
you bought his comic book?
Well, no, I kind of started this thread where I'm it's kind of funny that a lot of people in the comic book space cannot define the comic book because I was trying to make the point that
I know what you're saying, and they just don't. Comic books are commercial art. Can it be an art? Can it be an art? Yes. but it's a commercial art. It's not a fine art, you know.
Yeah, it's also like a product. Like you're making it to sell, and you're
Well,
like
from that perspective, any art is a product.
Okay, you
well,
guys
yeah.
are like
I
this.
mean,
Start from
right. No, I would say like if you understand how the like the final. I used to date a girl that was very high end gallery dealer. You know, like she was like a straight up curator, and you know, one night she explained to me like how the system works, and like anyone that's like in the gallery and you have a gallery that sponsors you and you're a fine artist, you're producing artwork for particular shows and clients and that stuff, and you're taking orders and you're doing separate commissions. So yeah, I mean, like if you have a gallery showing, it's commercial art. Like you're like most of it's already paid for. You're accepted into that community. You know, like and there's all kinds of reasons why they reject people. Like it's like stuff like that. So you know, yeah, I mean, it's not out. There's very few things in the history of the world where you can take a step back and say, like, yes, and it should be held to a high standard. Like, not everything's art. Like, sorry. Anyway,
quote, and then he should come in and should say, but he's been on. He posted, "Rogue would be a better character if she never kept Ms. Marvel's powers."
Rogue. Wait, hold
That's
up.
what
Rogue.
made her. It's not like she had a choice to keep him.
Well, here's as one who got Avengers Annual 10 off the rack.
Yeah.
I've tried to argue with this. Well, you can't say that because we never knew Rogue without Ms. Marvel's powers. Because the first time we see Rogue, she picks up Captain America and she has Ms. Marvel's powers.
Right.
And we don't find out what exactly happened until a flashback later in the story.
And
so
he's saying,
can't say that. We don't know what she looks like unless you talk about the movie Rogue.
Yeah, and then he's saying she would be a better character if she didn't have.
She would be more unique.
I don't think he likes her superhero
he
name
hates
either.
the X-Men, so
yeah. That sounds about right.
Hey, at least she wasn't like Sprite in the early 80s X-Men.
But that's like tough because Rogue is like embedded. It's just like it's an embedded power
she's an X-Men mainstay.
Yeah, and it's like people want that. It doesn't like the path of character sometimes like isn't, you know, like it's almost like just saying like, hey, like the Fantastic Four should go back to like issue 10 and never evolve. And it's like, no, like they need to have Franklin Richards. They need to kind of like you know like have these other elements.
Byrne kind of did that actually.
I've always felt that good writing is when I can't tell what's going to happen next, and that's one of the things I always liked about the.
You know, the whole thing about Rogue is Rogue was always supposed to be a young character, but Michael Golden misunderstood the script and wrote. Well, it wasn't a script; it was a plot, and he drew her as an older character. That's why she looked so old at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. That kind of
he might be right, but we could never know because she never was a character. She never didn't have the power. We didn't know her without the powers.
Yeah, it's also
without
like
his Marvel's powers.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to argue because you cannot point to you cannot say that at any point the version that you're saying we have to revert back to existed. Like
right.
Like, you know, like, and I think there's like other characters. Like I think Tony Stark is a great character to have that level of argument with. If you know, because you know, like you can make an argument that like the teenage Tony Stark had better storylines than adult Tony Stark, and you know, and like that sort of stuff. Because like we have issues of teenage Tony Stark when
exactly.
Like, you know, yeah, like there's like artifacts to like build your argument. I'm trying to think of like other characters that like maybe making the argument that Hank McCoy is better without the hair. Right?
You could make that argument. You
Yeah.
could make the argument that, in the 70s, Captain America had super strength for a little while. And they took it, and they said they took it away because they said he was better without the super strength. That super soldier serum was enough. The movie Captain America has super strength, but the regular Captain America does not.
No. Like if even if you read like interviews, they always describe Captain America as being perfect, not super strength.
Yeah, but they literally gave him super strength in 1974. He was bitten by the Viper, and he had super strength for about a year, and it made the Falcon feel very not good about himself, inadequate.
Yeah, inadequate.
And that's where he went and got his wings. He didn't have wings then.
Right. He got his wings by Black Panther, right?
That's true. He did get his wings by Black Panther.
Like issue 170, like 170,
something like that. 170. I had all those comics, so
yeah.
So this is fun. So
I still think he should be his own man. And
his next one, his Batman.
No, the Batman one. That's an interesting. Yeah. He says that a lot too. He says that a lot. That's an
What's the Batman one?
Batman was better when he was solving local crimes and could be driven off by a small crowd of thugs.
Oh, Jesus.
He doesn't like what he calls what's happening now, Bat God.
Well, that's one thing though. Like, but again, like that character evolved where like the God stuff is weird. I think some of the legacy stuff is weird. I'm not even one for like Court of Owls, where I
read Court of Owls. I thought that was weird. Didn't make sense.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, it's like the formula of what makes that character work has been defined, right? Well, so like you kind of like take that from that, and you have to say everything that came before is a part of the the experiment of the product.
Well, what he kind of means is the Neil Adams Batman and Jim Aparo Batman.
Yeah, okay.
So that Batman didn't lose, but he could get hit over. He couldn't get hit over the head by somebody if he wasn't looking and get knocked out. This Batman wouldn't happen. And that Batman had the yellow circle and the blue and gray.
Yeah,
he was that costume.
I mean, I think like the real discussion with the Dark Knight is like, should he even be in the Justice League? Like I always said he should not be a Justice League member. I think that's so silly to put that guy in the Justice League.
What's funny?
I think his intellect is what puts him in the Justice League. Because physically he can't take on everybody, but he can outsmart just.
But he can't though. He can't outsmart Superman. Like Soup can read.
He has, because he has a contingency plan to take anyone down.
But Soup can read a library in a microsecond. He's got a superior alien mind. There is no way Bruce Wayne can outsmart that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but he's so adamant about his adamant is like there's never been a Batman movie because Batman wore armor. So he's more like Iron Man.
Yeah. Like John's almost the guys I would be in my like the first comic shop I worked at.
Okay, there's a picture of John, and it's in The Simpsons.
Yeah, like but no, like
first comic ever.
The first comic shop I worked at was essentially like the owner hated Image Comics. Number one, hated Image Comics. And him and a bunch of his regulars were they kind of just would go on and on about everything that was wrong with 90s comics. And these guys were probably in their late 20s and early 30s.
That's crazy.
Point. Yeah. And that's, I grew up hearing all, dude, I'm not joking. You couldn't even say, oh, this the splash page and Youngblood Strike File #4 looks awesome. Like they won't even have it.
What really happened, like I make jokes about Image Comics. What happened was, I got married, started having kids, and I could not buy every comic known to mankind. And there's a whole load of comics that now I have to buy that I can't, and then they're not coming out. But I had all the first, I tried them all out,
Yeah, I think
there's good things about all of them. I just kind of overreact. I just like to say because Shante and Jetty said last night about his comic Spring Ball. He said, "Well, there's one thing we don't have around in this community was we don't really have an Image Comics in this community." And I just like, I almost
everything
all
is Image Comic. Yeah,
it's all. What are you kidding me? It's all. What is Sean saying? Well, you got Spring Ball, you got Joe Sutton. I'm not picking on him. I'm just saying Image-inspired artists that say there's Project Naosis, who says, "Oh, Image with a story, Perfect 10." They're all Image-inspired comics. They're great comics, but they're Image-inspired.
Yeah,
I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and there's something where, like, people have to understand too how Image broke form in such a way that, like, I don't know, like, I think Image damaged the industry more than people want to
People think that. I'm on another website. They do think that's true. Not in.
Can y'all hear me?
Place, but
people
do think that. Yeah.
Well, I was talking and I was muted. So I've been having mic issues ever since. Like,
oh yeah, this is the first time
stuff.
you've talked in like 10 minutes.
Oh, I was talking the whole time. I was like, hey guys,
really?
Yeah, I was like, hello. And I was like, hey Peter, look at this Mavericks I did for Noah like 2 years ago. And now nobody's.
Were we supposed to pay attention?
Yes,
I thought it was like, Omer's finally getting the peace and quiet he wants, so
I'm
he
gonna
can
kick
draw.
this guy.
John, he's not the Don. We pay attention to Omer.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh,
the Don.
Rex said he gave up. I was reading the chat and stuff, and K-pop said she's gonna draw her boyfriend on some blank sketch covers, and nobody heard any of that. And I read Rex's chat, says he gave up on trying to connect because he's having connection issues. So here's a big piece I did for Noah.
Where does Rex live so I can get him some internet?
He's out in Arkansas.
The always excuse is always, I live in the middle of nowhere. That's not an excuse of whether you have good internet or not.
Yeah,
not anymore. No.
That's
right. Hermie Katie did this the same thing. She was
every single time. Dude, I freaking had someone the other day. They were trying to do a Teams meeting. They're in fucking Jacksonville. And they're breaking up, and they're telling me Jacksonville doesn't have like cell towers, and I'm like, I've been sending that person pictures of cell towers in Philly for like a week now because
Jacksonville,
we're absolute
buffoonery. Jacksonville,
and using it as a excuse to why they're not able to do certain things. So I'm like, you're fucking done.
It just
my Jacksonville here.
Oh, you're in Jacksonville, John?
No, I'm in Florida.
Yeah, Jacksonville, Florida.
Those are all over the place.
John, dude, I'm not joking, John. If you can, I'll show you a picture. If you can send me a picture like this, right here.
But I don't live in Jacksonville, but I mean they are literally all over the place.
Even if you're anywhere near you, if you're near Jacksonville, any picture like this, I will fucking forward.
This is what Dale lives for. Me and Peter be on the same stream.
Yeah. All we need is James now.
It's time to visit the Hump Day.
All we need is James to get a proper argument started.
I'm sorry, Dale.
K-pop. I unplugged the cable and plugged it back in. That worked.
Everybody's off on their own little tangent tonight. It's funny.
Yeah, man. See, my break is over. Yeah. All right, Halder. Appreciate you, buddy.
I really didn't have a whole lot to talk about. I mean, the stuff that's going on is so weird.
Oh, you got to finish John's list. Did you hear?
Oh yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
He's got two more.
Make sure, Halder, if you get a chance, drop your channel. So if not, I'll try to bring it up.
I didn't really want
go
to
ahead.
talk about
and real quick, like, share, follow, and subscribe to everybody, please. And all the links, check them out. Subscribe, hit the like, get the bell. I need to draw a little bell to remind people turn the bell on so you'll get all
We
the
could talk about the
notifications
Superman trailer.
to the awesome Omer
Yeah, I
and
saw they
everybody else on
were
the show.
covering that on Arch.
Ooh,
How
show.
was the yeah, what'd you guys think of that? The Superman trailer.
I don't want.
He still looks like he's a little kid wearing his
Yeah.
dad's.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Stippling Vaughn. That's Superboy. He keeps saying.
I don't know. I'm just like, I watched that trailer
I don't
and
like it.
the entire time I'm like, this was in
yeah,
like,
he's on XP still.
Superman 2. Like that. Here's a moment from Man of Steel. Here, like this is.
Oh
from
yeah,
Superman
yeah,
Returns.
yeah.
You know, it really just seems to be like a like a supercut of all of these other movies, and which is weird because James Gunn he's a writer, dude. Like he can write, and I don't get a good feeling when I like with that trailer.
Yeah, I liked what they did with Creature Commandos, so he can write. But just that trailer just doesn't look like anything.
It looks
that I'm gonna
like
be
there's like
excited
20 different plots
to
going
go to
on.
the theater for.
Right, it does.
Yeah.
I am not crazy at all about the Green Lantern. It looks like he was making fun of the
Yeah,
character more than anything.
and that's the thing too. It's like why, like why doesn't Guy Gardner look deadly? Like I just
And
don't
cool
get it.
and cool.
Yeah, or
What's
cool.
his Nathan
yeah,
Fallon looks terrible.
and he looks old.
Well, the actor, I don't mind so
Yeah,
much.
I like
they
him.
could have
Right.
easily just made the character look
Dumb.
interesting at the very least.
I agree. I don't really like. I like the way he changed his voice. I'm like, oh, this is the voice of Superman. Oh my god! And then he deepened it when he's talking to Lois.
Yeah,
But I didn't really like that Lois being a really super aggressive liberal reporter. What? You went there without permission? And
Yeah,
basically he goes, yo, bitch, I'm Superman. Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, enough.
no,
He didn't have to
dude,
defend himself.
no, I get that, and that's also like we've seen that in Man of Steel. Like that was
Right, that's right.
right. That was the whole plot with
He's
him.
not
Like
tall, he's not big enough.
no, he's
No.
He's not tall enough. Like he
Superman
in some of the
is
pictures,
a
he looks
physically
like
imposing
Superman.
character.
And some of the pictures, his eyes look like they're way on the side of his head. And then
yeah.
he's not big enough. Like Henry Cavill looked like a big man, and Christopher Reeve was 6'4", and Brandon Routh is like 6'3",
yeah,
and they look like big, tall men. And he goes, "Oh, it doesn't have to be muscular." No, I guess, but he looks like he's 5'11".
yeah.
And
Yeah,
Rachel Brosnan is a really nice rack, and they have her all covered up. What the heck?
Yes.
He's on his priority straight.
Absolutely.
I mean, you are selling, It just, I don't know. Yeah, it seemed, I couldn't put I think it seemed derivative. You're right. I couldn't put my mind of why am I not reacting well to it.
like, and they're really trying to hype. Like, if you go to TikTok, there is a entire like brigade of people saying like this is going to be peak. Like this movie's going to be perfect. And that's a little bit of like the counter like marketing.
Guaranteed, those are the people that have never read the comics. They have nothing to compare it to.
Hey guys, real quick, let me talk about the Mythicals real quick. This is Hojo's book. Go check it out. It's got 114 backers. He's at 4,765 USD. He's at 476% funded. So go check out the Mythicals. You could get a Mythicals number 3 for $10. That's a hard copy there. And then you can pick up for $20. You can get both covers, A and B covers there, physical copies. For $25, you can do a catch-up tier, and that's issue 1, and then issue 2, hard copy there, and issue 3. So go check that out. And then $45 gets a catch-up heavy and gets you pretty much everything. And then it's $60. It's do your own thing and pick what you want, and you get a bunch of extra stuff real quick. And then real quick, for $7 you get Mythicals number 3 PDF. Go ahead, Pete.
I backed the Mythicals.
I saw a naked chick in that scroll.
Oh yeah, she's up here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Right here.
Yeah.
There's
What's
also
happening
another
on that panel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he saw those big juicy booty cheeks.
And there's this other one where she gets bonked on the back of the head and then strapped to a table. Yeah, that's a good one.
Whoa,
Check
really?
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. He's
Some
pulling
people
a
like
Don
good money
Juan
for that
box.
kind of thing.
Let's see. It's
Feel
down
like I'm
here at the
watching Andor.
bottom. Check it out. And so right here, he's fighting a wood-faced man here, and he holds a rag with chloroform and a knife and
Wait,
whacks her on
what?
the head. Yeah, look right
Oh,
here.
I see.
All right.
Yeah.
Wood-faced man. Yeah. And
I
then,
never I never went to this page. I messaged them right before we went live, and I'm like, like show me something for your book. I'll draw it tonight. So he sent me like this collage, but I never. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. And real quick, Tank left earlier. He wasn't feeling great. Sign up for Neon Revenant Volume 1, Chapter 1. You just drop your beautiful email address right in there, and you'll get on the mailing list so that you can get rock hard comics at some point with King Leek and Tank Barrett. So go check that out real quick. And then let me bring this guy up real quick. Hit up our very own Del A. And go sign up for Sword and Chivalry. And if you click this
5
icon right
issues
here where it
remain.
says Sword and Chivalry, you will get a free comic book from Del A. And you'll be on his permanent mailing list where he'll forever, ever troll you and send you tons and tons of emails on how to flood your emails. And he's going to bot you to death with buying his comics.
There's an unsubscribe option. I've had people unsubscribe.
No. There's no unsubscribe option available.
You also have to have
Del.
unsubscribe. Yeah. You also have to have unsubscribe by law, right?
I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
Legally, you
But,
have to.
but go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go.
Go ahead and hit up Dell. He's got 5 free copies left. So check out his website. He's got great stuff on there. And then also you're on what's it called? That other site where it has a bunch of your comics, Dell. What's
Global Comics?
Yeah, Dell's over on Global Comics kicking some booty.
That's where this new comic's gonna go. Although I've been thinking, with Peter Cimetti's new campaign, I might do a limited run of this comic that I'm drawing now.
Okay, cool.
Because it's pretty affordable.
Peter's definitely onto something.
Yeah, it's too bad that Omer hates newsprint paper. Otherwise, he'd support that campaign.
I don't know. I'm different.
I love
get
it for the
whole
price.
tiny paper
I think
thing.
it's fine.
Yeah, but have you ever gotten, in defense of Pete, have you ever gotten any books from him?
Me, no.
Oh, right. So that newsprint that he's working with isn't the same crappy newsprint that you're thinking about. It's much whiter and heavier. I got alternate comics. I'm in issue 6 on the letters.
It's not newspaper newsprint. Yeah, it's regular newsprint like that you buy at the art store. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Real quick, let's check this guy out real quick. Infinitail. He's got a sign-up list going. This is the website showing you all the progress, and this is what Dell was really impressed with earlier. He was talking about this.
Yeah, I like that.
It's very cool. Yeah, very cool. So you get up-to-date information, and there's a broken image here. So go fix that, bro, because you're making me look bad. You're making me look bad on stream. What the hell, Chris?
He does that enough.
Yeah, I can do that on my own. I don't need your help. And Don gets after me and everything.
Oh my god,
Don, I sent you a link, Don.
Don's been on a tear
fucking
again.
busting my balls over on Twitter and shit. What are you doing, man? I'm your friend. What the frick? I fucked up. God.
We still have to do the.
No, you know what?
Congress.
You're making jokes about it, but that wasn't that funny. And then that's one of the reasons why Omer, I questioned his new idea for our show.
What's his new idea?
I don't know. Yeah. It's his show,
I know.
Marcus, he says it's our show, but it's his show.
That's right. Right, Omer, it's his show.
Yeah.
But he tried to play it off. He wants to change it a little, I think. He wants to do an artist spotlight, like an indie artist spotlight. After campaigns. And my question was, and this sounds snotty, we're the artists. Why would we spotlight other artists?
Yeah, no.
Hey, guys, here's 6 art. We have 8 artists on here. And we're going to spotlight Dale A. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and then it's like, what's the nature of the show at that point?
Exactly. That's a different show.
Yeah.
And then I just went along first, and then he sent me about, and it's in our DM room so we all could see it. And he explained why, and I said, "Okay, sounds good because I'm in it until I'm not. That's all."
I assume he just wants to network more and like expose new audiences.
Well, he wants to be as cool as me, guys. Is the thing, but he can't.
No,
he
it
can't
is
do
a
the
lot to
omerglitch.
do with that. Yes.
I don't know, Marcus. I'm just bullshitting.
Well,
I don't care.
Nobody's
Whatever.
as cool as Omer.
Yeah, as coolio as I am.
No,
Yeah.
it's a little. He wants the YouTube show to make. He wants a YouTube channel to make some money. He's in a rush for it.
Yeah.
He's going to have to make a decision about what his focus is then.
Yeah.
I'm just here to have fun, make some art. Hopefully, at some point, make a comic, put it.
I mean,
out,
I think the show has been a benefit to us a lot, like getting art or commissions or comic book work and stuff. So it's been pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. Until it's not,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say don't do it if you're trying to make money. You're not going to make anything.
Yeah.
Money
will. Comics will break your heart, kid. Comics will break your heart.
Go into real estate.
I have a new policy. I am not ever playing anybody's trailer unless you tell me you've used copyright-free YouTube music.
Oh, you've been burnt by that? Yeah, John asked everybody about that every time because he doesn't want to get struck.
YouTube is such a draconian thing when it comes to music.
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy. It's like no other streaming has these issues.
Yeah.
Twitch or TikTok or Rumble or Facebook or anything has this weird.
I wish Rumble was better. Rumble sucks.
But as a showrunner, if you're having people on and you know that they have a trailer, you should download that trailer and run it through YouTube. Anyone that does that in real time and gets hit, that's on the
that's on them, right?
Yeah, that's on them. Yeah,
right. That makes sense. So James might want to have an auction, Omer. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. I don't really
You don't sound excited about that, Marcus.
Well, here's the issue. Unless you have, and I look at these things, and I don't mean that meanly, but unless you have 250 people in your chat, who's buying your comic?
Correct.
Who's buying your artwork? If you have 15 or 20 people, one person, where's the auction coming from? And that's where they fail, when there are not enough people in the chat. Or you're disappointed that you're selling this thing that's worth $75 or something that you worked on, and you sell it for $15.
Yeah.
You have to be like the size of the people who do that, like the Graybeards, Ethan. Those are the most. Even the Graybeards are slow sometimes. Ethan's haven't been the same.
How was Graybeards today? I missed most of it.
It was really good.
Was it a good one? Yeah, they had
Dan
Brereton,
Brereton.
right?
He was really good.
Yeah.
It's worth a replay. I had to watch the end of it because I had to go help John. So.
Oh,
that's another thing. Please pay attention to who's streaming when you stream. Don't start it when something like Graybeards is still on. What is the matter with you? Sometimes I ignore them, but I'm the only one. It was me and Haldir for a long time, and Haldir doesn't have as much time for John. And now there's nobody dropping links, whether it's his link or Ms. Miller's link.
I don't know, man.
Got a question.
Wednesdays are really busy, and I'm a mod for everybody on Wednesdays. It's a problem.
So Dale, what's the plan of action when you're done mailing out your book? Are you going to print it, go back to print, or what's the next move?
I probably won't. I do. It's not like I'm going to be completely out of copies. I'm holding back 15 copies that in case a face-to-face person wants one, but I'm not going to be distributing them for free through the mail anymore.
I may get them reprinted at one point. If that's the case, I would definitely be selling them. Like I said before, with Pete Smeddy's new campaign, I might do a limited run of my Vampire Hunter Sodality that I'm doing right now, and then I might just send it out to my U.S. resident people on my existing mailing list.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then, sell the remaining copies. I don't know. I have to figure out if I want to set up some sort of store at some point. And I'll probably put Sword and Chivalry up digitally on Global Comics eventually as well. And after that, then we'll see what my mailing list looks like and how my audience is looking and how the whole market is looking.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still going to make comics whether I have anybody paying money for them or not. But
yeah, I talked to some guy. I
Yes,
talked
you
to a
want to
guy.
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, you're echoing horribly there, Omer.
Sorry. Let me see.
I talked to a guy, and he's like,
Can you hear me here now?
Making the
Yeah.
comics, and he's got to be really super professional.
Is it echoing?
And I'm trying to guys, that's not how it works. There's people who just want to make comics.
Yeah, it's like
there's
through
a need to make
compulsion
a
or
comic.
yeah.
And he doesn't quite get it. Like we all have to be Alan Davis, And he's an excellent artist, and he's going to be. And I understand why, because of his talent level, why he feels that way, but he doesn't understand it. Like for me, just to do this drawing, because of being injured a lot, not doing a lot of work for years while I was working for AT&T, I feel much better, mentally doing this drawing.
Yeah, it's almost
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. 100% is I feel better if I have a creative outlet.
And and there was times like that. He asked me, "What are you looking about your career?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about career? I just draw comics." And then it is kind of a career, like it was supposed to be a career, and then I ended up having to do something else, which is fine, But
yeah, I mean that's kind of dude. Like there's guys that were in Marvel, DC that fizzled out, that had to kind of move on. And
I've been told by, "Oh, you work for the phone company? Well, that was better than working for Marvel and DC."
yeah, I mean that's some of that is
Probably got paid better.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. True. And it wasn't like I didn't try. And I'm not saying me; it was everybody. We even need one thing about cartoonist kayfabe. They would get comics in the mail by people who just folded over Xerox copies, and there'll be 32 pages of Xerox copies stapled together, and they'd be like, "Oh, this is great," because they were just making comics. Like you might think of a lot of things, but they talked a lot about just making comics.
Right, to where anyone can kind of just print it out, staple it, and there you go.
Right, like the black and white boom,
Yeah, the black and white boom too, man. Like people don't even know what that is anymore.
Well, there's been two booms where creators that started creating comics. It was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the black and white boom. People thought, well, if they could do a comic, and it doesn't have to look like John Buscema or John Romita or Kurt Swan, right? It's in the 80s or anything on Marvel, George Perez. I can make a comic too. I don't have to draw like George Perez. That's really hard. And they made comics. And then in the 90s, in the Image comics, where people said, and this is true because people have said it, they looked at Todd and Rob and said, I don't have to draw like John Buscema, and I don't have to be a perfect artist. I can do something fun and cool no matter what. That's how I got to do what I did, because some guy felt that way. That's what he did.
Yeah, and that's a lot of that can-do attitude. I feel like it's fine.
Crowdfunding is the third way.
Yeah. That's all.
And printing, the fact that we can print at home like this, and then Dale can make a book like he does. That's the third way. And that's what people are missing when they argue about the comics. We're like, we have one person. There's a bunch of pros that are like extending their careers and doing what they want, which is great. And then we have like one guy who's trying to be, Marvel Jr., which is not as successful creatively, but he sold a lot of comics. Less and less, but he sold a lot of comics.
Are you talking about John's Longbox wanting to be Marvel Jr.? Who's Marvel Jr.?
Eric July.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't, and I don't mean that as a crack. It's just
Yeah, but like
for once, I mean, he's not my favorite, but I'm not criticizing for what he wants to do.
Yeah,
Like,
I would
the comics aren't any good.
I would even say like Eric July, like we're kind of what's happening is there's personalities that are that already have an audience reach, developing a product for that audience. And
what's happening now? Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not comic book people, and that's just kind of, but that's also where
those people might be selling T-shirts.
They'd probably do better if they sold T-shirts. A lot of them.
Well, this new one that he just came out, and he's come out with the comics so fast, like Marvel Comics, and one at a time. He's cutting the balls off of like say Yellow Flash's book.
Yeah,
and I'm not passing judgment on that book, but didn't do as well as we thought, and now it's not because the same fans are going to sit there and buy the one with Drinker and all these other idiots.
Yeah. So did people know that anthology? Did they know that book was coming?
No.
So no. But
he just drops them now. He doesn't really tell you when he's dropping them.
Like he doesn't say, "Hey, we're having like a new release in April," and then we're having.
Well, he did do a whole year's worth of things, but he doesn't have a sign up page or anything.
Yeah. Because it just seems like it just to me it seems like people knew that book was coming. They didn't buy Golden Patriot, and they went to that anthology like right away. Because for him to do like 80K in a single day, people were ready for it, type of thing.
Well, yeah, it was a surprise, but I don't know. I don't watch the other channel, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on that, and if that's true, it's almost just like it does show you that the Rippaverse has a limited audience. Like that audience does last year.
But you're counting on. Look at the audience that he's got is all their audiences put together 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 500,000. Like these guys are big guys. Az is a big YouTuber. I mean, I don't think capitalism is one thing, but to make all your money because you're a YouTuber bitching about movies on the internet is really kind of not productive. But they can do it. I mean, I'm not your boy Zach, for God's sake. I mean, he's beyond the pale about it. He's the one who started it all. They all looked at him and said, "Oh, wow, well, you could do that. I'm going to do that."
Yeah. It's kind of a funny situation there.
Right.
I don't know. I've got this theory. People complain. When these crowdfunded books take so long to come out, and some of them taking years and years. Some of them, it's like Shinobi Sasquatch has been 6 years and still isn't out.
Yeah, apparently.
And people I think, on the flip side, I think Eric July might be around the fact that you can't do crowdfunding campaigns too quickly either.
I agree. Yeah, that's interesting. You said he keeps saying, well, he says, well, it's not a crowdfund. True.
Right. Yeah.
But it's got numbers and accounting.
Right.
And
it's got a meter. That's a weird technicality, and I'm not even sure if that applies because I've had some of the Ripper people make that argument to me, and it's almost like it's almost like they like a movie. A movie can have tickets on pre-sale. So right, and it's like we accept that it's a pre-sale and the movie's already done. Like it's okay in that, but we bring that to comics, and then we got like split atoms on some of the way that we're defining crowdfunding.
I think that and the crowdfunders who want to get another book out, like I just got Vaughn Coleman's second book, right?
Yeah.
And I like the first, well, whatever. And now he's having sign-ups for issue 3. I'm like, Vaughn, I know it's only $10, but it's $10 plus $10 is $20. Take it easy. You got to now you're going to spend 60. Well, the first one was $20, and for a short amount of time for a crowdfunder, you're spending $65 for this comic. Right?
Yeah.
Not even counting like with shipping, and it is a lot. I wouldn't want to spend. I love Wraith of God, but I can't afford $25 plus shipping every other month for Wraith of God.
Yeah.
That's my point. Like
that's the thing. It's like
don't know what they have when they're looking at the book.
Like what's the threshold to where people will like spend the like wait the extra time, spend the extra money, and then like it's almost just like you have to like the book once you get it. Where like back in the day, like when you went to the comic shop, you would have a stack of comics and you might be like, well, these 3 are dog shit, these 3 are good.
Yeah, you just won't buy those ones again.
And like you kind of make this big investment to where, and I think some of that is there because there's really not strong commentary on the crowd-funded books. Like there's no direct source when it comes to like a person that reviews them, gives you insight.
When they do review them, everybody thinks you have an agenda.
Yeah, it's
like so many people does a bunch of reviews.
So many people act like their opinion is gospel or fact, and half of them I don't take seriously because they're shitting on what someone else has done and they haven't done anything themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If you have no experience in the field or no experience to draw from, you shouldn't criticize.
What's the value if you're spending $20 or $25 a comic plus shipping? So it's $35 a comic. Barron's books are $2 less on shipping, so I feel like it's almost a bargain, right? But there's still 20. But when I get a Mike Barron comic, I just got it's on heavy stock, heavy card stock, like for the cover. It's a real book, 72 pages often, even if it's less, it feels like this giant book. And then when you spend $10 or $15 plus $10 for like a floppy, you don't feel like you're getting as much of a value because it's a floppy.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah.
And like the question is like if you're in Canada, like you can't back these books because there's no value. So like one a year, and people don't think about this as the European way of doing comics where they come out with this big volume hardcover every year, these artists. And
right.
That's how they buy them. They buy them in albums. But the American comic buyer, which we still all are, it's still not used to it. We still want everything. We still want everything every month or every other month, regardless.
Yeah.
The complaint now, should you be 5 years late on a book? No, you shouldn't be 5 years late on a book. I mean, that stuff goes without saying. That's stupid. But a year, if that's the time it's supposed to be done, if that's your expectation within a month of, a reasonable amount of time of the date based on printing and shipping problems. What's a late book? How many books are really late? Like, not that many when you think about it. There's some really egregious ones, but
there's a lot of high profile.
With everything we have to do to get a book out, a year seems reasonable.
I remember when I did my little 16-page comic, I waited. They wanted, we're going to get you an inker. I didn't want an inker. So the guy, you guys saw the book. The guy inked it. I never got those pages back. Like we got it back. It took the guy forever. He never sat down and did it.
Yeah.
So let's put it this way: everything would quiet down if Rainbow the Brute came out. I mean, they'd find something else to complain about him, but that's the most egregious one. Not the most egregious, but it is the top 3 egregious late books, right?
Yeah, it's the one that everybody points at.
Yeah, because it's easy way. If he had it out, they couldn't. they wouldn't have as much. And I'm not defending them. I didn't back that book. Why would I back it now? I would back it like on the second chance when it's about to come out, so I don't have to wait so long.
That's the other thing. You know, I was talking about how campaigns can be so soon. Is like these campaigns that take a long time to come out. They make more money on the campaign because they have several waves of backers.
You and me are like on the same wavelength. Like I think Ethan, not a 5-year book, but I think he purposely makes his books late on purpose.
Yeah, you do make more money. It's
like he says, "Oh, Wreck Planet." And if you look at Wreck Planet's date, it's not late. You look at the date, but he's saying, "Well, I'm going to introduce 3 more covers on this book." And his people that want to buy every cover, I buy one of his books. I'll buy one book. I won't buy like 50.
Yeah.
Unless he's a good friend of mine, then I'll really support them. He's not a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he's going to push it to 1 million because he's going to put awesome covers on it, or mail in to do a cover, or whoever.
Yeah, but EVS has collectors though, where people
exactly.
Like you can just look at the pricing of like the Hall of Heroes Cyberfrog stuff and some of the convention covers for the Harris Cyberfrog, and people that they will pay hundreds, and he's the only one that triggers that, and it's only Cyberfrog. It's not like his Impulse issues are up there, right? Like
not the DC books aren't up there. No.
Yeah, which is weird because like at one time you thought like all of his Green Lantern work was going to be evergreen. All of the characters that he created, co-created, like you thought those were going to be like gold mines, and like the reverse happened. Like the Cyberfrog stuff took off.
Right.
Yeah, but he's like he's got a legacy, and people want that. Like like they buy into it, and it's earned. Like it's not like he's done great work. Like that's it.
Yeah, it's not just Ethan though. I've noticed other campaigns like Von Klaus. I usually buy everything he puts out, but his books take a long time to come out. Not even like that they're necessarily late. Some people put out a campaign and like the shipping date will be like a year and a half after the campaign launches.
Right.
And and then it might get pushed back a little bit at the end, and before you know it takes 2 years to get your book. But his campaigns have done well, and he's had several cycles of buyers come through. Is Omer back? Omer, are you alive? What's going on? Are you on Rex's internet?
Yeah, he's out in the sticks.
What? I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I don't know. So I've been having audio issues for the last week or so. I don't know, Windows Update and StreamYard's nonsense, and I have no idea. I'm trying a different headset now, so hopefully that'll solve the problem.
And how come you didn't let me know?
How come what?
How come you didn't let me know? Because I've been troubleshooting this for a week.
Oh, because it wasn't a big deal. I've been fixing it. I just have to unplug the USB thing. I don't know what's going on, but it's a USB conflict issue or something, or it might be the headset. I don't know. I'm just whatever. I just roll with it, baby. I just roll with it,
I mean, if you look at a Lady Death campaign, he has 1 million covers on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the Aaron Lepresti stream, and he's not a big fan of the multiple covers either. But he says that's the key to making a campaign profitable.
Yeah, I hate the multiple covers. I hate it.
But it's not the multiple covers for the same reason as the mainstream, though. To be honest with you, I mean,
it's not to make money.
Yeah,
that's what everybody does it for.
No, it's not. It's different.
But at least with indie books, you don't necessarily have to buy 25 copies or whatever.
Yeah,
they're not doing one book you don't want to get the one you do.
They're right. They're not doing those same.
That's taking advantage of your customer base.
I mean, it is to make money, but it's not quite for the same. It's not quite as grifty as.
Yeah,
I think that's a big reason why Diamond is going out of business because of practices like that.
yeah,
Diamond is going out of business because comic shops can't pay their effing bills.
Well, yeah, because they've been screwing Diamond's been screwing their customer base for decades, and it's finally caught up to them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of I think comic shop owners are not good business guys.
No, it's my LCS. I really like the guy, but like his employees are all like his family.
Yeah, there you go.
Friends and family. And he's fairly new shop. It's only been open for like 5-6 years. And like they still don't know how to work the register. Like, they still don't have an automated system for putting holds on books, that are coming out.
Did you know?
And it's just anytime you talk to them, it's just like they're overwhelmed. It's like I'm not saying it's easy. I mean, I'd probably be overwhelmed in their situation as well.
5 years, you'd think they'd figure at least some of that
Did you know who gave in the 80s when like the rise of the they had several distributors, Friendly Franks, Heroes World, Diamond, tons of Pacific, tons of distributors. Pacific who made their own comics. The people that gave all the shops registers was Marvel Comics and Carol Kalish.
Oh, really?
Peter David. And they would go and they would sign up at Marvel, and Marvel would provide them with a register because they were all working out of a shoebox.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy where in the world of, I mean, if you guys really want to like see how broken the direct market system is, like there's a reason why there's no comic book data. There's no historical data to know what any book did. Like, and people kind of gloss that over. Like there's a level of analytics that we should know about comics that we don't have. And every
Not
other
anymore.
yeah, well, even Diamond, it's almost like we only know orders by Diamond. We all know sell through rates at point of sale. Like, big difference there. Like, what happens inside the comic shop is different than what Diamond ships. And like that's the weird thing, because even when people call like X-Men #1 like the high selling comic, it's the highest ordered comic, right? Like not every single issue sold through comic shops, and those are the big ideas that we can't even like approach now, because comic shops never had SKUs. Most of them never. Things were not electronic. It was all like they were almost like run by like a pizza shop. Like a pizza shop is
right. That's right. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, like, and it's like comic shops screwed them. Like they screwed themselves. They really did. I don't think Diamond has anything to do with it.
Well, I'm not so sure. Completely.
I don't know about anything. I mean,
helped
I'm not sure that's. I think Diamond has
Yeah,
something to do with it. You're right.
Yeah, but Diamond, if you go through that documentation, Diamond was owed about, what was it, like $45 million from comic shops. Like, they had $45 million that these comic shops.
That's true. You're right about that.
Because they're fucking broke. Like, and they're shitty businessmen. And that's it.
But still, at the same time, though, how many of those shops wouldn't be in as bad a shape if Diamond didn't make you buy or didn't have such predatory practices, like making you buy copies of a book that you don't want so that you can get 1 or 2 copies that you do want.
But Diamond, you don't understand. If they're owed $45 million, they're floating comic shops over 90 days. And so if you're a business and you owe money and your distributor's like, we will float you more product so you can stay open, Diamond is keeping these stores open. predatorial like comic orders or not, Diamond was like they got into a booking problem. Like there was more money off the books than they had inbound. They had to declare bankruptcy. But if comic shops paid their bills, Diamond would be fine. Like that's the fact.
So I wonder if the new boss coming in, if there's gonna be a come to Jesus moment where they're like, hey, settle up, or we send the
bill
collectors after you.
Usually, what's going to happen is, if they absorb that debt, they may there might be like another third party that comes in and absorbs the debt, and then they try and collect, and then that's where you will see one of the comic shops go under.
The comic industry, they had a whole publisher that was just a money laundering for the mob,
Yeah,
Charlton.
But dude, like
really,
that's funny.
They had that. They needed to have that printer running year round because it was and so they decided to do comics. That's why they would like the cheapest comics ever, with the bad paper and no plain lettering. Sometimes they wouldn't pay attention. So guys like Steve Ditko loved it because nobody would yell at him for what he did in his stories. Did whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not saying every comic shop is shitty at it, but a huge majority of them are.
Because so many of the comic shops are like, I got all these back issues. I have 50 boxes of comics. I might as well open a shop.
Yeah. Yeah, and some people are saying everything will move into like back issue comic shops.
There are back issue comics.
Yeah, and I don't think the market's big enough, because like we're the market for back issue comic shops. Like everyone here tonight, we're the market, and we're a dying breed. And there's no new readers coming in to keep like a back issue comic shop open. Like that's it. So like things are really going to change. Like really.
Homer, are you muted?
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah, just checking.
Yeah, no, just listening.
Here, I'm gonna. Can you embiggen me? I'm gonna show my Nancy Moon that we did on that stream on when we got shut down.
Yeah.
That was our best. Me, you, and James had a great conversation, though.
Yeah, it was good.
I have a lot more respect for James now, by the way.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that looks great,
what?
dude.
No, you just understand him a little more. Yeah,
you tell him
he really is a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
So there's Nancy Moon.
Oh yeah, she looks great.
Hand's still kind of messed up, but
yeah, it seems like everybody went for the hot chick to draw for that stream, and I'm the only one that went for a monster.
I think that's true. I was thinking about that, John.
Always draw the monster.
Yeah, I'm drawing the hot chick.
I don't know. I did a nice job on Lady Death. I feel like I should always draw a woman. Like it's like what do the Greybeards draw? They draw to see what's going to sell.
Yeah. On this side panel, I'm gonna draw the blue angel monster chick.
I'm never drawing Devil Flyer, but I think I'm gonna draw Rex.
That's funny.
There's just certain,
Draw Bob.
Oh, it's the kitty cat.
The cat's coming. Hey, Butterscotch. No, drawing's got to stop because he'll just pull my elbow until I stop drawing.
Butterscotch.
He's a star. Butterscotch could have been the official cat of Extreme Studios.
It's funny.
When we get Rob Liefeld out, I'll talk to him about it.
Hey, Rob's on YouTube now.
Can join.
Rob's on YouTube now. He's trying to.
I know that's going to be. I might listen to Robservations because that's kind of how when I drive. Not that I want to watch YouTube. I have YouTube on. I don't really have Spotify on. I can do it, but I just don't.
Right.
I'm so used to stuff being on YouTube.
Do you have YouTube Premium so you
No, I will not pay for YouTube Premium. The ads are terrible. You watching a replay. I'll watch a replay of something about sports, the Yankees or something, and they'll be in the middle of a word. They'll be like, and then
The
it is
ads are
really, really bad.
the
But
one,
YouTube Premium is like what, $10 a month?
I think it's like $16 a month.
Yeah, I'm not paying you. That's ridiculous.
Actually, wow. I have it. I don't even know how much it is.
Yeah, I got
Is
it
it really
'cause
like
he had it
16? Like shit.
like a 90-day promotion, and I got on it, and I haven't canceled it yet. But you don't get the ads, which is nice because it got to the point where YouTube would mess with me just like watching a stream. They would I couldn't comment on things because they wouldn't show up in the chat.
Oh yeah,
Because,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm not allowed. Shouldn't comment when I drive anyway. So there's that.
But he
I have
does.
No comment
But
on
he
whether that
does.
happens or not. No comment at all.
But I got on YouTube Premium, and that problem went away. So I was like, well, I know who was causing the problem.
See, I don't like
another-
the fact that they're forcing you to get a premium account.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's their goals. They want everybody to sign up for a premium account. They're going to make YouTube worse and worse and worse.
Hey, it's
until
Don.
they force
Hey,
people
Don.
to- Hey, Don. We were talking about you earlier.
Yeah, man.
We were taking your name in vain, Don.
Don't worry, it was
I'm
all
ignoring
good.
that guy. Gonna ignore him.
Omer and Don are talking.
We don't want to promote other artists, Don.
Just us, Don.
Yeah. or their channels, Don.
Well, especially if they use some weird Evon Mux, whatever that was.
Right. Yeah. Anybody who uses EV Mux, they can burn in hell.
Oh my god.
I was hoping that it would be a good one. The reviews of it were really good, and the descriptions of it sounded like it worked well, but
it did until it stopped. It was perfect. It was fine
Right.
until you had to get used to it a little bit. Like things are on the left hand side, the right hand side.
Yeah. Oh, I think EV Mux is what probably messed up all my audio settings.
Oh, really? Oh, well.
Yeah.
All right. Cat is very aggressive. Well, I finished penciling the Deadpool on Bristol board.
Nice.
I always wanted to finish a couple of things that we never really finished. When I didn't use Bristol for every drawing because I didn't want to waste the money,
Yeah.
But it doesn't. You can't really ink it on this other paper as effectively. So
Right.
So when you paint, Omer, what kind of paints are you using?
I am using
Finger
acrylic paints. I use watercolors too, but I use cheapo acrylic paints, man. I've got some nicer ones somewhere, but I don't know where they're at right now. So
What brand is the cheapo ones?
These are the Apple Barrel and some Rich Arts. This
I
one I
used
bought
to
at
work
the
in an
dollar
art store.
store, and this one I bought
So
at
that's why I
Walmart.
asked.
Yeah, I buy them at Walmart. I've got tube paints and all that too, but
I was the crafts manager.
Oh, nice.
I know how to decoupage.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That was a thing back in the late.
that's a
70s,
woman's
early
talent.
80s.
That's great. That's a
Yeah,
woman's
I
talent.
worked
That's
there
nice.
in the 90s. Everybody should work in retail for a couple
Oh,
of years.
look at the balls on
Learn
this
how to
guy.
deal with the
Look at the
public.
balls on this guy. Hi guys. Hi guys. Like nothing's wrong. Just kidding, Don.
Don should come on. We have space for him.
Yeah, I sent him the link.
And
I
I'm going to
put the
leave in a
link
few
in there.
minutes anyway because I got to clean up.
Because
and go
Don's
to bed.
coming on. I get you.
No, I'm all right with Don.
I'm not going to be on here with Dawn. Let me tell you that.
I'm a person of respect.
I think Don already left. I don't see him in the chat.
Yeah, he's not responding.
I guess I'm going to start inking this cover now.
I liked your inking on Joe Mad. Was that Joe Mad?
Oh
I
yeah,
watched
yeah.
more of that stuff.
That was so good.
Here. Yeah, where the heck is it?
Dude, traditional ink. I'm like, what's traditional inking with Acapad? I gotta see this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it
yeah,
was. It was really traditional. It was great.
No, I'm a dedicated traditional inker.
He busted out the
like we
the
got
nib and everything.
A Turner Wolverine here. We have a Ditko Shadow Man.
Oh, Ditko! I gotta draw like Ditko. That's my
Dude. This is one of the ones I have queued up. Ditko on Chuck Norris.
Oh, really? He did some of the Chuck Norris. What was that? Chuck Norris and the Power, not Power Pack.
Karate Commandos.
Karate
Commandos. Yeah, I had some of those comics when I was a kid.
And here's a bigger project. So speaking of like Rob Liefeld, this is the original sketch for X-Force #1. And it was only published like one time. And I basically got like his other sketches and basically like made like a composite to where I can ink it now. So that this would be like the original X-Force 1 sketch as a cover. Yeah.
I heard that Ditko did so little work on like those Chuck Norris comics.
Yeah, like like here's the pencils here, but the this was tight though. Like this was really
Shadow Man, yeah.
Jim Shooter was trying to get Joe Sinnott to ink it.
Yeah, but
he was like retired from Marvel, so he was going to try to get him to work.
But
and he gave him the Ditko stuff, and Sinnott refused because you're not paying me enough to redraw that.
Oh yeah, the one to pay attention to though is Ian Churchill on the cover for Awesome Comics. It was published as pencils, so I don't think it was like ever inked. And his pencils are so freaking like small and tight. It's almost like impossible to ink.
That's all pencil, huh?
Yeah, it's insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's not that inking is a dying art,
Yeah.
It's sadly you're right.
So much traditional, they really don't need an inker. Digital.
And then really like Kirby, like these Kirby's are all brush. This is all brush here.
Well, those are nice. Yeah.
And then we have Liefeld here. And these pencils were like super loose. And I had to get the cover to kind of measure it because I couldn't make sense of like all of the intended line work. So I had to like improvise on this one a lot. But yeah, like
that looks great, Pete. The inks on the Rob Liefeld, that looks like Stephen Platt inking / Danny Minky. Yeah,
just trying to earn some respect. Just trying to put
some
work.
respect on that tip. Put some respect on that tip, boy.
Yeah. And then this we'll get. Yeah, we'll start this one.
Oh, well, look at this. I got your X-Force #1 here.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So,
oh, there we go.
Like if you did want to compare,
let's see.
So like Strife here in the background, like this was like another Strife sketch, and I'm using that to kind of bridge like what the original sketch was because like all the bleed areas like weren't complete and all the edges are not complete. So, but look, he had like Juggernaut and Black Tom.
Oh, cool. Well, he had
I like his original sketch much better than the finished cover, I think.
Yeah, like this is almost like a series preview because look, we have Gideon, we have Sunspot here. Yeah. We have all the Shield agents that are in Antarctica that GW Bridge talks to. I think that's like at the end of issue.
I remember GW Bridge.
Yeah, like GW Bridge.
GW Bridge.
If you read those comics, they were positioning GW Bridge to be the next Nick Fury.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Like and it's such a and he was a different enough character to where like I think it would have worked. But he never got that push. Never got like a real push though.
I don't remember anyone doing anything with him after Liefeld left.
I can tell you why he didn't get the push. He didn't get the push because back then, where is he? He's right here somewhere. I just saw him. He that this is why he didn't get the push, Pete, because look at the skin color.
Oh, so dude, he got a action figure though.
Yeah, so you
know
could play
about
around
this.
with him and make him do what you wanted. Not because
Right.
so you could own him, Pete. You go out and buy him, you know?
Right.
He didn't
Trade
get the
him.
push because they were
It's
getting
funny.
cucked. They felt cucked by him.
He becomes Samuel Jackson, right? I mean, basically.
Yeah,
Right?
it's weird, but the Samuel Jackson thing was like that was like a Wizard magazine like article that ended up in the comic, and people were like, "This is like the coolest thing ever."
No, that was the Ultimates.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always thought that was a gimmick, and I get it, like that they did, like they got him to do it in live action, but it was almost like
They
it's
didn't
a-
ask for permission, by the way. for
No,
Samuel L.
yeah.
Jackson. They were just lucky that Samuel L. Jackson happened to be a comic book fan, which he really is, and then so he wasn't mad, but he could have sued the ass off of him.
Oh yeah.
Like Amy Grant did that to R.I.P. Marvel Comics. Jackson Geist used her photo cover.
Look at that.
R.I.P.
Regen.
Jackson Geist.
Yeah, I know, dude. And Jackson, I love his style.
Yeah, I liked
Like,
him too. He was great.
Yeah,
What a loss.
Yeah.
young too. I didn't realize. I thought he was older. I didn't realize he was that.
Yeah, I'm not that happy with that. Age bothers me. So
Yeah.
Pete, you got all of these, right? The regens.
Yeah, I got the. I got a stack of those. I got such a good deal on it. But that's
Yeah, you
Regen
did a
is-
huge review on this, didn't you? I remember
Yeah.
you talking about the
and
motorcycle and the Transformers and
it's
the
kind
water
of
scenes
like
and the bubbles.
Dude, I love the panels for those aqua pages.
The toy.
Like the bubbles, yeah, yeah, the
toy.
removable arm.
Yeah, the bubbles here, yeah.
Sparrow, yeah. The bubbles is such a nice touch.
Our Savage Dragon when he was
Yeah,
cool.
there you go. Yeah,
but before he did porn,
Our big robot
Yeah,
mech
before he did.
motorcycle. And then the obligatory shower shot that we all had to get back in the 90s.
the Liefeld was.
That's where John got the idea for Heroic Tales #2.
Oh, you said it, Frank?
Absolutely. This is where it comes from, man. all
That
this
shower
stuff.
scene that I'm like, dude.
All right, here.
Dude, you
And
said
that's
what-
the pages he's promoting.
That's an all ages comic. I don't remember too many all ages comics.
Yeah, I can't believe this was all ages too. Like it's great, but
I don't think that they had the
They
Comic Code
always had that in the
Authority on
80s.
those books.
And I-
but-
right.
I don't remember that stuff happening in the 80s. I remember it in the 90s.
Yeah.
But-
The only time it happened in the 80s is when you got the adult comics.
well, that's
But look,
there's adult comics, right?
This X-Force #1 has the Comic Code Authority, and this was in the 90s, right?
Yeah,
that was
that's
Buck
true.
Fenwick, though.
His thing
So-
is he's a throwback to the 80s.
Let's see.
Does that
He
have
hates
that
the
tub
90s.
scene with Cable and Domino? Is that in the first issue?
This is 1991. Yeah, yeah.
That's not Domino. That's a duplicate.
Vanessa or something like that.
That's a duplicate?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah. So the wild thing is, New Mutants '98 is not the first appearance of Domino. Domino was an imposter to infiltrate X-Force. It's not until like issue 16 or 17 that's revealed. I think it's a Capullo issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's one of the coolest little like.
So she's Mystique or what?
No, she's like I forget the hook of her being a decoy or like a duplicate. I don't know if she's.
I remember she was working for Tolliver or something like that, and he had gotten her to infiltrate X-Force.
I heard she was working all right.
Oh yeah.
But no,
Well,
I've been
So
I've
this
been
is
back
X-Force
and
1.
forth.
No
I've been
shower
back-
scene, Dale.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been back and
Let's see.
forth with purchasing X-Force like 1 through 100 because the artist, because like X Force became what X-Men was at one time, where they used X Force to parade like the next hot talent, and which normally would have been like an X-Men thing, like the X-Men, Uncanny X-Men had that privilege, and then it's almost like the real art direction went through X Force, like for about 10 years, and because you had Capullo, you had Adam Polina, you have same you. I'm trying to remember some of the like other names, but and these guys had like 30, 40 issue runs too. So
they don't allow to have those anymore.
No, I know.
I love this character right here.
It really does.
He was badass.
More than they think.
Well, it's weird now where like when you go through someone's work now, you're almost like, like you're almost just like, hey, like where's the run at where this person like worked out all of their kinks? Like where's the work that they had like pain?
It's on Instagram.
There it is.
Here's your
There's
Tubsy,
one I was
baby.
thinking.
Yeah, there you go.
Issue 2.
It's issue 6. But there's another scene. I think it's X-Men 1. I mean X Force. I mean New Mutants 98, 99, or 100 that has the other sideways tub scene with them. I'm pretty sure look at that tub. It's humongous. What the hell?
I know. It's got
Domino's humongous. She's like twice the size of Cable.
Well, it'd have to be if they were bumping uglies.
Domino might have been a lady boy. I don't know what really happened to Cable.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I don't think
Cable's getting pegged.
And I don't think their like real relationship was ever revealed. It's only like scenes like that to where it's just like, are they together? Are they
Cable's
not?
problem is that his name sucks, right?
Oh, you never finished Don's list. There's 2 more.
Yeah.
We got one more, right? Hold on.
2 more.
Find it. But this is stuff he says all the time. I mean, I hear it all the time.
Is somebody chronicling his list, or he put it on Twitter?
Yeah.
He says it. It's clobber time, like all the time. This is like some of his standard stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
The next one is his Green Lantern hot take.
No, the Green Lantern should carry a lantern, and he shouldn't even have a ring.
Yeah.
Guess what? He doesn't like Green Lantern that much.
But
I love Green Lantern.
His name could be more literal if he had a lantern.
But that reminds me, was it the Authority that had a Green Lantern proxy called the Lantern, and he had a lantern?
Well, there's a book called The Lensman. Where
dude, that was before Akira. That was like the first theatrical anime.
Well, The Lensman was a book in the early 1900s about like a Green Lantern style, and I think they carried lanterns.
Yeah, no, they had lenses in their hands.
Yeah, something like that. Right.
Yeah.
That's what but he doesn't like Green Lantern because Green Lantern's too powerful. Because he could do anything.
Yeah.
But his characters, like the Patriarch, are a little underpowered. Like we could all knock the Patriot out. You take a bat, he's not looking at you. Bam, he's out. He's done.
I think a little bit of the baseline for Green Lantern is at one time, if again, like you kind of have to read through some of the books. You had like, for example, if a lantern created a car, they would have to know every single moving part to create with the ring. Like they couldn't create machinery because you would have to recreate the machinery and have it work in your mind. And then all of a sudden, like these guys are doing Gatling guns and they're doing aircraft like carriers, and the idea that you have to imagine it to create it left the Green Lantern. That's a little bit of like the real argument.
Pete, I got a question for you. So this is not Domino. Here we have Domino, and we have a sheet that tells you about Domino.
Yeah, the bio. Yeah, so hold up. Yeah, let me see if I can look up that issue real quick.
It's issue 6 that has the bio. And this guy's name is Zero. I believe that's his name.
Yeah,
Somebody was
Zero.
asking in the chat. I really like that character. It's pretty cool. But look, this is freaking awesome. Rob Liefeld kicking it hard with a hard R cable. Where's the credits page?
The credits page?
Yeah,
Is
so
that the
Rob
end?
Liefeld
It
did
is that guy with the circle.
yeah,
Hey,
so
Rob Liefeld.
Domino originally that Domino is a character called Copycat.
Oh, okay.
Is that
Shape-
Omac from the
No,
DC universe?
this character is named Zero.
Yeah.
Dale, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Zero, huh?
Yeah.
Shows
Yeah, he's
you
double
how
zero,
out of touch
zero,
I am with
zero.
The X-Men. I'm an X-Men
Anyways.
casual.
Yeah.
Know your X-Men.
No, you're Rob Liefeld. What's wrong with you? God.
You're okay if you don't know your Rob Liefeld.
No, you're not. Pete, stop saying things like that. Say whatever you want. I don't care.
All right, you got to read. You want to
We
read
got
the
one
last
more.
one?
There's one
One
more.
more. His
I gotta look
X-Men
at it.
take, which is
Oh, yeah,
borderline.
The X-Men deserve persecution, not because they are mutants, but due to their actions.
Oh,
I don't even know where to begin.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's
Says a
like
lot,
that's the worst one. I think that's the worst one.
He was buying every X-Men comic, and he stopped at 204 or 206 because the X-Men defended Magneto in issue number 200. And even though Magneto murdered, like in issue 150, I mean, he just murdered a whole sub worth of Russians that time.
Yeah, hold up. I'm looking up 204 now.
Well, it wasn't 204
Oh, I mean, they're Russians. That's
that,
okay.
that made him angry. 204, I think, is the June Brigman issue.
Yeah.
With Nightcrawler.
That's a tough cover too. That's a tough cover.
Don't tell June that.
Oh, dude, this is a tough cover to get to get behind. Yeah. This is. I think I have this.
But
Luna was
but I got
asking
all
something
those
about
books,
Fantastic
and,
Four.
you know, it was just
Get some of this.
Oh,
Volume
is
1.
that
Wait, hold up.
Start
I had
with
that.
Marcus is talking.
Sorry,
I had
go
one,
ahead.
That book. I don't know. So he decided that they were kind of whiny the whole time, and what are they complaining about? So and then they decide they're criminals because why would they defend Magneto? He murdered all these people. Magneto should have go to jail. It's a little like Mr. A.
Yeah, but Magneto's first introduction is what, like nearly wiping out a submarine, right?
In
Like,
the 150, he did wipe out a submarine.
yeah, but I'm talking about like issue 1 through.
Oh yeah, no, he wiped out Magneto.
Yeah,
May have killed more people than any of the.
Yeah,
big
like
villains.
he's always been genocidal. Like which is like why it's cool when he like would lead the X-Men, but he's also like an absolute maniac. Like
he didn't like all that rehabbing of Magneto and all that.
No, dude,
Hey,
but
it's Phil. What's up, Phil?
But you kind of have to say
Phil?
Magneto with Asteroid M with Genosha, like they kind of. I think they maxed out the character though. Like I don't know what else.
What X-Men comic character hasn't been maxed out?
It's a little something for Phil.
Yeah,
Mimic.
Over.
We barely touched him.
Yeah.
Mimic, always a favorite.
State Comics, I'm sure, would like more Gambit.
He's
I
had
haven't-
multiple
I took Gambit
miniseries, and Gambit's all right.
Yeah, I think Gambit is. Yeah,
I like Gambit.
Phil, we're gonna defile this book and we're gonna draw in it a bunch of Bisley with something called Biztober.
Yeah.
You should join us, Phil. Let's ruin a $50 book.
What issue is it? 275. That's the one where they destroyed the Gambit character. That's the one where they like they revealed that he killed the Morlocks, and that was like the final mystery. And ever since then, like the character, like I thought just lost a cool factor. It's like 275, right, or 375. It's a Joe Mad foldout cover.
I true Gambit.
Luniverse wants to know, why did they defend Magneto? Do you guys know?
What do you mean?
Well, he was turning good. You know, their idea was to.
There was a time when he led the X-Men.
He was reformed.
Yeah, he was reformed
many times.
Yeah, like
that was the first time he got reformed, though.
Yeah.
Look, Zayd Comics
was
still
on-
says,
he was-
Lobo, hell yes, busy drew on every page of my copy of that book. Well, he didn't draw on any of my pages,
Claremont decided to reform him as soon as there was an issue in the Defenders where where Magneto was turned back into a baby.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not even familiar with that.
The issue of the Defenders where there was this whole thing with they were saving all the mutants and everything.
Yeah,
and mutant Alpha that the Magneto created with this, turned her back into a baby. So Claremont took that to kind of soften Magneto up, feeling that he's not quite the same guy.
Interesting.
Because he had to grow up again, even though they sped that up. That was like 1970. It's not that when you think about it, everybody remembers Magneto and all this stuff because the X-Men have been reprinted so much. But you're talking from 1974 to 1977. It's only a couple of years or 75 or something before Claremont took over like the X-Men.
What did he take over in 70? I thought it was like early 80s, wasn't it?
He took over in 94. He took over. He consulted on Giant Size X-Men 1, and then Len Wein couldn't write it because he went over to DC. So then Claremont wrote, or he was the editor-in-chief and he was too. No, he was the editor-in-chief and he was too busy. So Claremont wrote X-Men from X-Men 94. So which is basically, X-Men 2, like new X-Men 2.
Yeah.
So he went from then in 94, that's 1977 to whenever Jim Lee kicked him off.
Wow, I didn't realize this run was that long.
His run was really long.
Yeah. It's one of the seminal runs. Also,
so where does John Burns fit in there?
Byrne took over issue. It was
Late 70s?
Claremont and Cockrum until issue 108. Cockrum, they were bi-monthly, and they were getting more popular, but Cockrum really couldn't handle the book monthly, so Byrne took over in issue 108. And Byrne can do like 3 books a month. He did it for 3 years.
He's a machine.
And then if you look at that run, you say, how come Byrne didn't do all the covers? Well, I got this Cockrum book, and I was flipping through it, but Cockrum didn't like Byrne that much. So, and he was still a cover editor for Marvel. So he decided to keep doing the covers, thus costing Byrne a lot of money.
Yeah.
Which isn't really nice. You think this is bad. He literally took – those comics were only 17 pages back then. The comic industry was so dead that they shrunk the pages from 20 to 17. 17.
And so
you wanted to get a cover.
And also, too, there was Chris Claremont would get one issue of plot, and then Byrne would get one issue of plot, right? Didn't they?
They just kind of fought over it.
I thought there was a little bit
Byrne was officially a co-plotter. He was
Yeah.
officially a co-plotter. Cockrum was officially a co-plotter. Byrne was really a strong co-plotter until they argued so much that Byrne decided to take over the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, and dude, I love his thing. His Fantastic Four is.
I mean, it was
really-
a shock. Like you're a kid, and then like you're like reading whatever the comic news you're reading it. You're like, Byrne's reading the X-Men. You read it in the letters pages, and you're like crying. What's going on? Now we know everything, right?
Yeah, but dude, his Fantastic Four is like the best Fantastic Four has ever been.
They rip on Shooter and all his rules, which is kind of true. But when he let Byrne write, he let Simonson write, he let Miller write.
Yeah.
He let them all do what they wanted. If it made sense and the story was good, he didn't step in because there were too many books for him to step in for. He stepped in on Dark Phoenix because Dark Phoenix killed a billion asparagus people, and he's like,
Yeah. She pulled the Jon Stewart.
right, she needed to be punished, so that's why that happened.
Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back.
I know a lot of stuff.
I don't know. I think the audience doesn't remember Jim Shooter as fondly, partially because of the whole new universe stuff that didn't really
No,
take
that
off
was
for
disaster.
nobody.
By the end, his idea, the Valiant ended up to be his new universe.
Yeah.
And Valiant was
It was-
the other side of Image, right? It was not exciting. It was just 6 panel to panel, lots of middle shots. You knew the
Yeah.
story was
Yeah, Valiant had so
super
much
duper
potential
clear.
that it didn't get anywhere close to.
They sold a lot of comics.
Yeah, well,
Once Barry
sold a
Windsor
lot of
Smith
comics.
got
they
there,
were at
yeah.
the right place at the right time.
Right. So those were when his rules got really like stringent. It wasn't as bad at Marvel because my friend was supposed to work there, and Don Perlin called him up. He was one of the Ramita Raiders who worked under Perlin. You got to come over to do comics. He said, I can't with those rules because he wanted to not image it, but like he didn't want to have rules. He didn't want to work under a bunch of rules, storytelling rules. When they watch the professionals, if you watch that episode, they went through this thing and it was clearly Jim Shooter rules. And it was crazy. It was crazy basic,
Yeah.
But you got to have some of that basic in there, or you're not going to be able to read the comic.
Yeah, there's
People
a balance.
don't know why they don't like the comic. It looks cool, but they don't know why they don't want the next issue.
The only reason why I bought a Valiant book back then was people like Bart Sears or Joe Quesada drew it.
Yeah,
Bart Sears can tell a
Outside
story.
of-
Joe
outside
Quesada
of
can't
that,
tell us.
I couldn't tell you what happened.
Joe Quesada can't tell a story at all. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Those Valiant books were the books to read back
Bob Layton had taken over by the time Joe Quesada came on, I
Well,
think.
Bob Layton backstabbed Jim Shooter, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know as much about, but I do know that. But
Yeah,
I like
believe
Bob
they
Layton's
mixed
artwork.
it up at one point, didn't they?
Yeah.
But
I think go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at Ninjak #1, that is good storytelling from Quesada, though.
But we get used to this, but the comic book reader gets used to the storytelling. Now we're all older, and as even back then, the comic age gets older. When they're talking about a basic comic story, you're talking about you're refreshing the 5 to 10 to 12-year-olds every 5 years. So
Yeah.
you want them to hook up. The rumor was that Don Heck, everybody hated him, but sales always used to go up because people could read his comics very easily. Whereas it's more challenging to read a super cool comic would be like Neil Adams. You know, where he's doing this, it
Breaking
doesn't all,
panel borders every other
experimenting and
page.
twisting things around.
Yeah, but some of like the editorial stuff is, and you really don't see it, where it's just kind of like, within the first 5 pages, you have to recap the series, the current storyline.
Mm-hmm. That's
So,
right.
Like the issue you were paying for technically like wouldn't start till pages like 6 or 7, and then
Yeah,
like
sometimes.
yeah, and then like
some guys are really good at that. Byrne was really good at that.
yeah, and then like within that initial 5 pages, you have to tag everyone, you have to show their powers, you have to like introduce them, you have to set up the scene.
They all have to say their name.
Yeah,
Hey, Wolverine, what's up, Cyclops?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
can you believe last
no, it's
week
true.
Polaris betrayed
Yeah,
us and went over with Sinestro?
Yeah, but dude, like I look at a lot of books and you think that stuff is easy and basic, and there's a lot of books that don't even tag what the characters are as you're reading it, and like you get to page like 20 and it's like these are the characters, and that's, to me, that's just very
Well,
poor.
That's a famous line. I'm Wolverine. I'm the best at what what I do. They did their own separate story, Wolverine 101, they call it, with Marshall Rogers. It told you everything, like it's like a 10-page story, everything Wolverine you needed to know to do a Wolverine story. Like he had an adventure. He said, I'm the best at what I do. Does he kill? Does he not kill?
Yeah, it's I think it's really weird when you even have like a team book and you don't tag like the powers and who everyone is like within like page.
You know, and six panel grids are way out. They're out because now they do the widescreen where they're doing the panels that are wide. They're layering over it. Like Mark Partika, the comic reviewer, criticizes that all the time. What art am I missing? Why is that covered? And
who's
so
the reviewer?
So you read it a little differently than you used to.
Who's the reviewer you said was criticizing that?
Mike Partika.
Mark? I'll have to look him up. I'm always looking for a good comic review
I
channel.
don't know how good he is. He likes to see, well, they missed a comma here. He's really specific.
Oh, really?
He's kind of erotic and funny. He's kind of really, you know. He refused to review Wardrath because he decided it was just a Conan ripoff, so he wasn't going to review that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's really.
It's not really. I mean, it has Conan in there, but I mean,
no, it's not. It's not.
He's just not.
He's silly, but especially he gives a little bit more of a break on some of the Rippaverse stuff. Like we all a little more unbiased. I mean, he has his biases, but he really rips them when they misspell things, which they do like all the time, and that type of thing, where the basic comic doesn't bother him as much. Like 3D assets, he could care less. As long as the building is what it is, it does not matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of interesting.
All right. I subscribe to him, so I'm going to have to watch some of his stuff.
I always listen to it at 1.5 or 2 times speed. So, but I listen to everything.
Yeah, I do that on a lot of channels.
But like I'm doing this Ditko thing, and I got to start laying it out. Well, he's not in a rush. But that's going to be basic layouts. That's what Ditko did. I asked him, do you want modern layouts? Which it's easier for me to do it the old-fashioned way because I'm old.
Ditko was a master of he'd have the 9-panel grid, and then like in every third panel or so, he'd have like a mailbox or a street lamp or a building in the background.
I've been just going
just
through
a
all
quick
his
sketch impression.
I've been going through all his question thing, and by the time he's doing question or even Blue Beetle, as opposed to Spider-Man and Doc Strange, he seemed to have a storytelling thing was very cramped. Like there's a lot going on, and the panels are only this big. There's like 3 people and they're on heads, and that seemed to be on purpose. That I did notice that. I mean, I have my own rules. I think there should be a close-up on every page, and I think there should be a full figure probably on every page or close to it.
I've heard other people say there should be a full figure on every page. Yeah. Oh
yeah, that's for the resale value.
What was this Magneto question that Lunaverse was asking?
If he's been asking shotgunning questions for a while now. So I mean, simple Google search would answer all of them.
Ask Rock. Ask Rock. Even better than Google search.
There you go. Bringing the heat.
I'm not.
Somebody's not backing the.
I'm not picking on. The most brilliant thing the Image guys did was saying, they built their storytelling over one big full figure, and they could resell those pages for a mint. And that's one of the reasons why they did it. And I did it in my story because I had no choice because the storytelling, the writer, if you have another writer, and John would tell me if he feels the same way, how many times did the writer have too many people talking in one panel?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, there's too many actions. It's happening in this script too. There's just too many things in one panel. And like, well, what am I going to do?
Yeah, that's why, like, if you're writing a comic, you have to, like, you really, like, you have to find an artist. You have to let that guy do, like, full layouts. And then you have to, like, rewrite the story based on the layouts if it's not interesting.
Yeah, well, it's like the plot.
Visual and, yeah.
It's but if you have a full script, you kind of almost have to treat it like a plot. Like, why the writer chooses all the things when you're the artist, that's always a question. I worked with a plot once, and that is pretty hard to do, but it's like every paragraph is a page type of thing.
Yeah, and it really is. Like, I think there's a lot of people just attached to the script, and it's just like, well, then just publish the freaking script. Like
yeah. Well, I don't mind having a dialogue, though. I'll say that.
But, yeah. No, like it's fun to draw that stuff sometimes, but it's like this whole thing where it's like, oh, I'm just going to write a full script and you draw it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, that makes good.
I'll
Comics.
ask John how he feels. John, how he feels, because he's the one working on 2 scripts.
I hate it. I hate it when a writer micromanages my part of the job.
Yeah.
I understand you want 20 different things going on the page at one time, but that doesn't mean it's physically possible to draw it in a way, in an interesting way, that it engages you into the story.
And as an artist, what I end up doing, and I did this in my very first story I did with my original writer, is I end up pulling back and using all mid shots because I'm trying to fit everything in. There's no close-ups or there's no foreground, middle ground, and background like this.
And it gets boring.
And I
right?
like the
It gets
story. The
boring.
first story is good, but I feel like it's a little boring. It's not a boring story, but it's all from the same,
The
moving
visuals
the
are
camera
boring, yeah.
around.
Yeah, I would do stuff like that when I first started, and then I would show my portfolio off. And one of the biggest things people would say when they critiqued it was to vary my shots.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm learning with time to not go verbatim what's in the script.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I never really worked with John. He likes his artists. He seems to understand comics. Writing
Well,
a
I'm not
comic,
saying
I don't
it's
blame
my
you.
way
Just
or
do
a
anything
highway.
anybody else doesn't do.
Because comics are a collaborative process, but at the same time, if you're not going to let me do my job, then there's not really any reason for me to be there.
Somebody asked me, "Is this a really good script?" One, it's only 6 pages, so it's not can't be bad. And 2, it doesn't really matter. I have to make it good regardless. Like it's my job to make him look good.
Yeah.
Is that possible? I mean,
I don't know. I like Heroic Tales #1. I don't have a big.
I
Yeah,
like this too.
issue
That's why I backed the second one.
For a comic,
yeah, issue 2.
we make a
looks
lot
good.
of fun of the guy, but for like a first comic, that was real professional package, and great coloring, great lettering, nice artwork.
John can be professional.
Very professional.
More professional
And,
than
the first
Omer,
story,
I'll tell you
particularly,
that.
I like the patriarch.
You shut your mouth, Dale.
It was a
Shut
good
your mouth.
introduction to the character. The second story I could have done without, but it wasn't bad. It sets up his world a little bit and who the mayor, who runs the town, and all.
Yeah, the second story, the tone didn't match the first story.
No, not at all.
That
He
was
missed,
probably
yeah,
my
we gotta
biggest
watch.
criticism.
See, my feeling is he wants to do a happy blue sky superhero, and I think it's going to end up to be more like a darker Astro City Alan Moore thing when it's done. Just based on the comics he talks about that he really, really, really loves.
Astro City was Busiek.
Right, Astro City is his main influence.
Yeah, and Astro City
start with the city.
Though.
He was talked out of the world building. He was talked out into the characters. So
yeah, Astro City too is memory hold, right? Like that's not even a go-to anymore.
Astro City is a great comic book.
I like the first trade paperback. I enjoyed that. I got the second one and I read it. I can't tell you a single thing about what happens in the second.
Yeah. It's kind of,
I don't know
if you're telling about a city and you're changing the characters every issue.
Yeah.
It's like as an artist, I really like Brett Anderson's work.
Yeah, because like that was very conversational because he would start the like the altar boy, right? It was
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, and people would be like, "Oh, he's doing the Dark Knight now," and then it would be like, "Oh, like he has a Joker character." Like people would follow, like kind of what the analogs were, and and people got into that like monthly. And the other book, if you guys want to go back to Top Cow, Rising Stars was like the opposite of Astro City, and Rising Stars got people reading that more people read that like those 2 books at one time in my comic shop than probably like anything from Marvel and anything from DC. They were like that dedicated. And Rising Stars had a ton of like spin-offs and shit too, and everything sold. Like that's the crazy thing.
Well, gentlemen,
Mic
it
check,
is
mic check.
getting
Is
late.
my mic working?
I think I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah,
here.
I gotta go too. I gotta go.
Thanks for having me on,
I got a
Omar.
long
I
drive.
appreciate it. You guys all have a good night.
Everybody's talking over each other. One at a time, please.
Screw you guys, I'm leaving.
Good night.
All right, later, Marcus. Have a
Marcus,
good one.
see you,
Thanks for
buddy.
being here.
See you, Marcus.
You out of here, Dale?
I'm out of here. I'll see you
Later, Dale.
later,
Thank you.
guys. Thanks.
I'll see you guys later.
Oh, John left too? Oh, shit. Everybody left. Pete.
Oh, is it just
me
us?
and you. I guess so. I
No, I
didn't think
thought John was.
I
thought
thought he
John
was saying bye to
staying,
them. Yeah. Let me bring up some campaigns since my mic is now
Holy
working
crap.
and everybody left.
Well,
Let
what the
me
hell?
share this real quick. Here's John's YouTube channel. Go like, share, follow, and subscribe. Check out Don's channel. And on Saturdays at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, we do the studio show. Marcus is over there, and we've got James Lee, and we've got Duck Bacon, and we've got who else is over there? Jeez. John is over there too, John Apple, and Tank Ferret as well. So check that out. And let me share this guy over here. Where am I? Since he just left, let me share this tab here. Go check out Marcus Killergroove's X account and go sub to him. Go follow him. Check out his art. He's got a bunch of cool stuff over there. And while you're at doing that with Marcus, check out his YouTube channel. Go like, share, follow, and subscribe. I need to send him. I have 4 more of these, and I think I already sent to him for shorts. And I don't know why he hasn't uploaded them. Maybe he missed the message, but I'll send them to him again. Go encourage him to make more videos and do more stuff on his YouTube channel and subscribe to him. He's got 14 subscribers. Let's see if we can get him 1 or 2 tonight. Go check out Marcus's channel here. I'll drop Marcus's YouTube channel here into the chat and go subscribe to Marcus. Give him a couple of subs. Let's see. That's Marcus. And then let's share this guy real quick. Go check out Mavericks in Demand and pick up Noah Mentikis's comic book. He's got volume 2 there, Judgment of Doom, and you can catch up with issue 1 as well. He's a young lad, started making this comic at 16. Not to be confused with Art Jedi. That's the other guy with Amarok, who would often tag all his stuff. Oh, 16-year-old artist, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, that's the other guy. And this is the other guy. So check out Mavericks and support Noah. And then we were just talking about this guy who's got a long list of laundry of stuff he doesn't like about comics. I don't know why, but go check it out. The Patriarch supposedly loves comic books, but a long list of things not to do. And I'll just go over his campaign real quick. Beautiful artwork, beautiful cover. He's got a great artist working on it. He's got alternate covers by, look at the variant cosplay cover. What's her name? That's Martika, I think is her name. But he's got a cover by, who's it? Renzo. He's an awesome artist. Does fantastic work on the book. And then he's got a Josh Howard cover and a Jose Garcia cover. And Josh Howard's awesome artist as well. And then he's got the cosplay cover. Ooh, Mary Sue. And that's who's the cosplayer? Does it say here? Oh, it doesn't say. I think it's Martika. I think that's her name. And then here's the spicy pages that John's promoting with the Patriarch getting it on with his wife. And here's the shower scene, the obligatory, nod at the 90s Image comic books, because Rob Liefeld did it in almost every series. Todd did it too. Everybody did it. Eric Larson did it. Jim Valentino did it too. Everybody at Image did that. So even Silvestri and Jim, right? So very cool. Go check out the Patriarch. Let's see. And there it is. The Patriarch. Currently at 1,005 backers and 3,281 USD. So go check that out. And then since it's just me and Pete, let me share Pete's YouTube channel. Go like, share, follow, and subscribe to Peter A. DeLuca, aka Pad, and go give him some love. Check out his Top Cow Tuesdays, his Wildstorm Wednesdays, all his movie reviews and commentary. Peter's got a wealth of videos and evergreen content. It's freaking amazing. Pete's got a great YouTube channel. Oh, look at that. I'm the AK Pad Army. I am honored, sir. That #1 spot too. I didn't realize I was that cool of a guy. Yeah, that's great, Pete. Thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah. Check out Peter's channel. And then let's share this real quick, and then we'll go back to drawing some stuff. And here we've got K-Pop's channel. Go check out K-Pop. K-Pop has beautiful, beautiful thumbnail work. Her thumbnail game is on point. She's got a great channel, evergreen material too, with tons of interviews of artists and writers and just comic book people. She tends to focus on like K-pop stuff because or K-pop Asian whatever kind of artists and stuff.
I was always curious about that. So her K-pop is like the K-pop
Korean,
right?
Korean pop. Yeah.
I just thought I was like, oh, maybe it's like it means something else, or it's
right. Me too. Me too. Yeah.
It's literally K-pop.
Yeah, but she's
interesting.
Yeah, literally. But she interviews everybody. Like she does a lot of focus on I don't know if is it right to call them Asian, all the Japanese, Korean, Singaporean, Asian, Chinese, I don't know, all of those, Laos, and people from all over Asia area. So, but she interviews white people too.
Okay, well, there you
Mexicans.
go. That's good.
And blacks. Well, actually, I don't know if she's interviewed any black people.
Oh well, okay.
Maybe somebody. Maybe somebody.
Show notes.
Oh man, she interviewed Rex. So, oh look, there's a black guy. Hex is there. Yeah. Okay, so black people too. Yeah, she interviews everybody,
what
male,
the heck
female.
happened to Rex tonight? I'm sorry.
I guess his internet was bad or something.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Maybe there was a storm or something. No, you're good, buddy. All right. Well,
Hey,
let me stop sharing. I got a few more, and I'll bring them up in a little bit. Wow, I can't believe everybody cut out early. It's not even 12 yet.
Maybe
it's 12
I
for
was
that.
interrupting too much. I don't know.
Nah, I don't think so. Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah. Now the show begins.
Yeah, now we get to the real work.
Yeah. Let's get busy.
Oh man, it's too funny. Too funny. Oof. Oh man. I'm actually kind of a little bit stalled. So I am drawing mythicals. I'm drawing the main chick with the green top because she's pretty hot. But
cool.
It's kind of generic, like as far as like just drawing a chick, like it's just drawing a chick kind of thing. And I didn't bust her out whipping out powers or nothing. So I just wanted a cool like body shot.
Yeah, and that's kind of going back to the conversation of like, are you an artist or an illustrator? Because an illustrator, right, can kind of give you something with limited info, and you don't need to know like a whole biography or a storyline. Like you just need it should just be like, oh, like what does the character look like? Okay, cool, thanks. Like, and that's it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
like you always have to separate that.
Luniverse says Koreans are the hottest Asians.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh well. I'll write that one down. Like I'll go to Chinatown tomorrow and find out.
Oh, that's funny. Chinatown. So, are there Koreans in Chinatown?
Oh yeah.
Do they have a Korean?
Yeah,
town?
there's like Korean clubs and restaurants and stuff. Yeah. Philly is diverse in their Asian culture.
Nice. I'm surprised Don hasn't jumped in. I did send him the link.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to talk to me.
Did you upset him or something?
No. I thought what? I did reach out to him. I thought he was. I saw a post by Poulton, and the way how I read it, I thought Don colored that Universal's book. And so I messaged Don, and I'm like, "Yo, that I just saw some of these colors of yours," and he's like, "Oh, I didn't color it. I inked it." And I'm like, "Well, still a good job," you know. But yeah, I didn't even know he was involved with that book though. But that looks fantastic. That book's going to be huge. I think.
That's the one that was never finished, right? That they finally got around to finishing.
I think so, yeah. I don't know like the full story behind it, but I think it goes back early to the I think when Mark used to hang around with John at conventions. I think that's kind of where it goes back, but that's also like the origin of Graveyard Shift for.
Right, it's pre-Graveyard Shift. I think that was the book they were gonna do beforehand, before Zach got involved, or something.
Or
right?
something. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know.
Your boy Zach. Yeah, I think I remember hearing John talk about it. He had mentioned.
Okay, cool.
And that he had like low res files, and for the longest time, like he didn't want to go back and have to redraw all that crap. But he finally took all the low res files and got somebody else to. Maybe it was Don who inked all the stuff. And
maybe like redrew it, redrew it in a certain way. Yeah. That's
or to make it look like John's work, right? He had to keep it on.
Yeah, there's ways to do that. It's like you're not inventing anything to complete that.
Right. He just had to upscale the drawings, or enlarge them and then just re-ink them.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Right. We all know inkers are just tracers. God, we know that.
I would say modern inkers are might as well are tracers.
Right, they're no longer embellishers.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I just saw like another book that was like penciled and then inked, and I'm like, why like the first guy to draw it should also fucking ink it. It's all digital. Like, I don't understand why you're penciling like digitally. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, before the inkers were a part of the workflow to help printing. Like, they had to print the comics, and they were like, oh, like we need this shit to be dark. But now it's like you don't need that. Like, I don't know what's happening. Yeah.
Right.
Someone explain it to me. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean, printing has advanced so much. Like, it doesn't even matter. Just scan all your shit in however you have it and adjust it in the computer if you need to. Usually, you always need to bump up the darks and kind of decrease like the coloring because it's too dark.
Yeah,
but you got to keep your K value, your blacks black.
So speaking of creating comics, where are you with Glitch? Like, are you working on Glitch? Are you developing?
I have the pages out. I have the pages out, and I'm gonna start coloring it. And
you're gonna color it?
Yeah. Have you seen? Well, I've been showing off like the first 16 pages of it. You want to see them?
No, I haven't been seeing them. No.
Oh, okay.
No,
well, you've been gone, so. Yeah, I'll bust them out here in a second.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, I mean, we can do that another time too.
Nah, I'll go through them real quick.
Spoiler alert.
Nah, it's not a big spoil. Let me just draw for a little bit. I haven't been able to get any real time in here. I finally got about 10 minutes earlier, so.
Where you been on like other channels? I kind of lost track of you because I've just been so busy. I haven't been like I just feel like things are missing in my feed. I felt bad. Like, I was kind of doing an all-nighter on Saturday, and I saw Matt was doing his show, and I was kind of just like also like I was in such a work hole. I was like, but I feel bad because like I think his stuff, and he's so well informed and things like that. I kind of like, but like sometimes it's like I feel like I black out and I have to remember like who to look up type thing, because I'll be away from like the feed for like so long.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
you just get in where you fit in, kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I do feel bad though because I try and kind of like support everyone as much as possible.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I started a new show on Mondays.
I did see that.
Monday Night
You're
Draw.
David Finch sniping.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Fuck you, Finch.
Yeah. So yeah, he's on hiatus, man. I gotta fill a hole, I gotta fill a hole.
Yeah, that's funny you did that because you told me about that a while
Yeah,
ago.
a while back. Yeah.
David
But
Finch.
dude, it's kicking, man. Last Monday, this past Monday, I got 5 subs during that show. It's like people just appeared out of nowhere and just like, oh man, this is great, blah 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 blah, and they subbed, and I'm just like, oh man, that's awesome, thank you. And I was stuck at 606, 607 for like 2 weeks, and look, I don't really I care about the subs, like the people who are subbed and come and watch the show. Like I care about the people in the chat and things like that, but I don't really care about the numbers. It's like a little game. It's just fun. I'm not like if I stop tomorrow, it's not gonna.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
I'm just like telling the chat and people out there. It's fun.
Real quick too. Forgive me. Who do you do that show with? Who's the other?
It's my buddy Aaron. He's the creator of the Opossum, and
the Opossum.
Yeah,
like
the Opossum. Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
Is it a vigilante possum?
Yeah, well,
or is it like a possum?
No. He's a Batman.
Okay, analog. Yeah,
analog. Yeah, and he's got 2 issues out. He's almost done with issue 3, and you can buy him on Indie Planet or through his website. And
what does this character look like? How come you never? I'm always looking for shit to draw. You should have just been like,
it's this guy right here.
What's he got? Like horns? Oh my god!
Yeah.
So he doesn't look like a possum at all.
Not really. Yeah.
It's like a possum by name.
Yeah. Well, he tries to use the cape as a tail kind of thing. And he has an emblem of a possum on his chest here.
Does he like hang upside down too? Does he?
He tries to draw him hanging upside down. Yeah, in the first issue. Yeah,
that's so interesting.
Yeah, so he does do that. Yeah, trying to see what else. Yeah, so
and like,
go ahead.
So where you know him from? Like you guys.
So
history together.
He's local to me. Yeah, I've known him for almost 30 years now. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I helped him basically get Opossum published, self-published. So here's the David Finch piece that I did over there on that show, Monday Night Draws with Omerglitch, where we're fans of David Finch and trying to learn from David Finch. So, and of course I put after Finch, give him credit where credit's due. And then this is the chick that I drew based on the David Finch piece. And then here's the piece based on the face. And of course,
and what is it? Is this like a Finch? Oh,
it's based on the
draw.
This is the Kickstarter. Yeah, so they did season 1, all the artwork that he did in the first year of Monday Night Draws. They made a book on Kickstarter, and so I picked it up with the intention of doing all this initially. So basically, like what I do is I'll find an image in here. So this image right here, this is a character that Finch created that he's going to make a comic book of, I think, at some point. And it's this kind of Conan Batman analog character. And so this is that character based on that. I'm just trying to learn how he shades and renders things, right?
So I was just like thinking that. Do I have? Let me see if I can grab a cheap piece of paper. So, like, I guess, like, right, if we were to dissect the Finch shadowing, right? Like that's kind of so. If we had like, hold up here, my lights here are. I got these lights on like a timer, and I don't know why they kind of act up from time to time.
So this
Maybe
past Monday, the new kind of setup we're doing is we're taking the poses of Finch, and we're gonna homage them and turn them into our own characters. So here you see, I took Glitch and put him in the pose of the Wolverine.
I got. Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna take Wonder Woman back there, and she's gonna be my character Fortune Cookie. So that's kind of the next step we're doing.
Cool.
Just trying to evolve the style and the rendering and just trying to become better artists. Period. So that's the whole.
Yeah, because like Finch is like he does this like because I do look at him like often. So if we were like to kind of just do like a normal figure here, you know, like with a nose and we have eyes and maybe we do some cool hair. So like he does it. It's almost like I don't know. I think he has a video. I haven't seen it, but he kind of calls it like like how to shadow like a figure.
Yeah.
But he kind of without watching that video, like if I were to kind of like if we were to really like dissect what his trick is, because it's a trick, and it's a trick because for him he knows it looks good and it kind of like saves time,
Right. Yeah.
So like he does like let's just say like you have all your forms, right? Like he nails down the shapes, right? And then he kind of like he comes in with
Chris, I know how to do all the pre-press stuff. I'm good. Thank you though. If I got questions though, I know who to go to.
Yeah, because like he comes in with like almost like a hatchet, and then he'll shade his figure like this. Like it'll be like boom, like a little bit of a rim, a little bit of a highlight there. Yeah, like he'll shade it like this, and then he like flips it to where like this leg will be like a silhouette. The bottom of this arm will be a silhouette. And like that's almost like the basis. And then this is like, like, and then what he does is like he splits the figure, and I'll just shade this in with blue. But like everything blue here is where he'll focus his like line work, right? So like he draws it. It's very economic, and like that's kind of like the trick. But when you see it, the shadows like shape it. And it's almost like a magician's trick. Like your mind believes it's like more detailed than what
it is. Yeah. Well, it's a Silvestri trick, man. It's a Sal Buscema. It's stuff he learned from Silvestri, with a little bit of his own twist on it,
Mark Silvestri,
Herb Temple,
That's our boy.
Tempe. So eventually we'll get to this big sucker, and we'll just start ripping off this stuff and homaging this stuff.
Real quick, do you have his unwrapped? The Batman, the Dark Knight unwrapped.
Dark Knight unwrapped.
Yeah, which is all his like pencil work.
No.
Okay. Like, do you know how I have like the Jim Lee unwrapped? It's like penciled. Yeah, they did one of those for Finch.
Did they? They? I have to look that up. Finch.
It could be up there too. I think it kind of.
Is it Batman or what?
Yeah.
Because I think I have all the Batman that he did, like the actual comics. I have like the whole run. And then he just moved on to covers.
Right.
But I have the actual comics. Yeah, I didn't realize they had an
here. Let me look it up real quick.
Well, I'm looking it up right now.
Dude, I'll show you something. You want to see something?
Sure.
I know you're going to fucking get pissed at this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hold up. Yeah, I'll try and make it full screen. just so you can see. Okay, here we go. Essential X-Men Volume 9. I got it for $19.07 with free shipping.
What?
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
What's the cover look like?
It's the one right before, right? It's like Silvestri going
Okay,
into
that
Jim
one.
Lee. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Wow.
I got one more. Yeah. Now I just need 11, and that's pretty much like the expensive essential books are done now. So
Hey, if you ever run across inexpensive version, now that you have one, you run across another inexpensive, shoot me a link or send me an email or something so I can pick it up if you get a chance.
Yeah, because I knew that I know that's one of the ones you were like, you were
Right.
looking at. That's that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's awesome. Like that, you guys are dissecting Finch, so that's super cool.
It's a pretty good idea, right? It's not terrible. I mean,
no, it's just kind of like it's good to like even mimic or copy or ape someone, because like that's one of the ways you really learn. Like you just have to kind of, and it forces you to think about things that you wouldn't normally. Because like you're trying to like reverse engineer it, you're trying to see it through their eyes, and like like again, like putting in the work.
At some point, we're gonna move on and we'll cover Rob Liefeld for a little bit, Jim Lee, Joseph Todd, McFarlane, Tony Daniels, things like that. Even Bill Sinkovich and maybe David Mack, and spend a month and do 4 episodes to kind of just get that style and feel. Maybe some Frank Miller, different time periods of Frank. And the Sin City version versus like early Daredevil stuff,
Yeah.
Some Barry Windsor Smith would be great, So that's the idea.
Yeah.
Oh man, I found one Essential X-Men number 9, $89 on freaking eBay. Crazy, man.
Dude, it's the same. Yeah,
but and it's not. It's not Uncanny X-Men. It's X-Men. Huh, I got it right here. I thought. Oh wow, it is called Essential X-Men. It's not even called Uncanny, but it's all the Uncanny stuff, huh?
Yeah, it's there's like there's Essential X-Men. It's like 1, 2, and 3, and then it should be like Uncanny, which starts with like Giant Size 1, and then that's like Volume 1 to 11, I think, right?
Yeah, something like that. That sounds right.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, like all the early like I kind of just John Byrne and up. I kind of know a little bit, right? Like all the stuff before that, it's all freaking Greek to me because it's.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, where like Magneto has always been a homicidal maniac. Like, like that's why like people don't. It's funny the comic book references in some of these movies that they do not pick up on, because when he picks up the submarine in X-Men First Class, that's a nod to like the first couple issues of X-Men. Like, and people are like, oh, like when they say things like it should be more like the comics, and it's almost like it already is.
You didn't know. You just didn't know.
Yeah, like you stupid paper bitch.
Yeah. That's funny, man.
Yeah, because I will go to my grave. The Eric Bana, the Hulk movie that people make fun of, incredibly accurate to the Peter David era.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Incredibly accurate. Yeah.
I like those films. I didn't have any problems with them. I think people are too hard on comic book movies. If you still keep being negative and don't support the movies, you're not going to get them. They're going to stop making them, and then where you're going to be? You're going to be without no comic book movies.
Yeah,
like even bad comic book movies.
Yeah, where are you going to be when all those comic book movies disappear?
Yeah.
What's your life going to be then, boy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's really easy. It's really easy to be negative about movies and just bash them to hell. But you have to remember, it takes so much money and so many people to make this thing that, you have to appreciate the art of that, and yeah, okay, they're commercial, right? They're big money makers. But there is an art form to films, there is. And as much as you tout or have been touting tonight that comic books are not art, there is an art form to it, and there is some
No,
artistic value to it. But
I
you're
think
not saying they're fine art. And the same thing with like popcorn movies, they're not fine art, but there's an art to filmmaking and an art to comic book making.
yeah, you're right. Like I think that's a different term. Like we can say like there's an art of or an art to making a cappuccino. There's an art to that, right? To grinding
Right.
the beans and the type of milk you're selecting and the fat content for like foaming it, like all of it, right? But then can you say a cappuccino is art, right? And it's like no, it's a fucking cappuccino. Like moving on. And I think a part of like the conversation I try and put out there is like like you can't just be anyone and you do this and you get to call it art. Like no, like dude, like the critics decide that, history decides that like there should be a higher standard to why we're even calling it art. And there's nothing wrong with calling it a product, which is the weirdest thing, because guess what, our lives, we love products. Everything we do involves a product. like in some way, like we're obfuscating it, and it's like no, dude. Like the guys making the special effects at Weta Workshop, they're all artists. They're masters of artistry. But at the end of the day, if the guy like sculpting the gun isn't sculpting it right, someone's going to be like sculpt the gun correctly because they're making a fucking product. It's not artistic interpretation. So, which is like, like what Hojo, like, this guy, like, that's a little bit what we were going back and forth on, because you hire an illustrator to draw it a certain way so people know it's your characters. But if I'm calling myself an artist, I could just be like, oh, like, here's your werewolf guy. Here's your werewolf guy because I'm an artist and this is how I'm interpreting it. You would be like, no, like I'm gonna fucking murder you. Draw it.
That's not my werewolf guy. that's your werewolf guy.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. And I just feel like like it's such a weird term, it's such a weird hill that people want to die on. And I think if you approach it as you're an illustrator, and if you approach it as a product, I think you make a better comic book. I think you become a better writer. You become a better publisher, because it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to get done. And like, these are the things people have to learn. Like you have to learn to get it done rather than making it perfect. And you're never going to make it perfect because maybe you're not an artist. Like why are you deciding if you're an artist anyway? Like, you don't decide that. Other people do. Whatever. Fuck it. What the hell do I know?
Oh, shoot.
What the hell do I know?
I'm an artist, Peter. I'm an artist. My mommy said so.
Yeah. I think we're just illustrators, dude. Like, we're illustrating.
Yeah, well, that's why words exist, right? Because there's we're trying to differentiate and become more specific on trying to pinpoint down what things are, right? And we as human beings assign words and meaning to things.
I think it's meaningful to care about definitions, like, and you have to, like, if you look at the definition of illustrator like clearly applies to comic books way easier than retrofitting artists like to apply to comics. And I think like we should strive to be an artist, but we shouldn't decide amongst ourselves or hand it out so fucking easily.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I
So
never
so
looked.
so an illustrator could rise to the status of an artist, and in the field of commercial illustration and commercial art,
Yeah,
it is given to by the fans of that particular artist or illustrator rather, and the assigning of that moniker and that status is done by the fans. So like we say that Barry Windsor Smith is an artist, right? But he himself had those two opuses, and the thing
yeah,
called
yeah,
the Illustrator, right?
yeah. I think like that's like that's a great like it's a great candidate. Like it's there, but I don't know. Like that fucking shit just came out too. Uh, like when Barry Windsor Smith was drawing Solar and doing all his Valiant comic book shit, like he was just a senior guy that drew really well, really quick. He was seasoned and he was accurate, and he was like the best guy that did that.
Yeah.
And but it's not like Barry Windsor Smith. It's not like his process is like, oh, like fucking Jim
Magical.
Shooter. Yeah, like Jim Shooter just sent me the script. Let me wear my artist hat. Like he's like, no, dude, like I gotta get this fucking shit done and move on to the next fucking page and get paid. Like that's
Get paid, right?
yeah, like like you. I don't know why you would want to call yourself that to begin with, because it means like you don't care about accuracy, like you don't care about like nailing it or getting it right.
Well, that's if you call yourself an artist and you're an artist that is like an abstract expressionist or something specific like that. Like,
Yeah.
well, why are you assigning that the artists can just draw whatever the fuck they want? I mean, that you're assigning that to them, right? But they can be accurate too, can't they?
Yeah, like they can, yeah, but like going to your conversation about like a commercial guy, like who as a commercial artist can we say became an artist, like as an illustrator that got assignments, like which of those guys in like the history of everything became an artist? And like only a few names come to mind, and one of them would be like Norman Rockwell, right? Like Rockwell got paid
Frazetta.
assignments; those were magazine covers, and then eventually people were like, "This is something else. Like there's something else happening here." And like, and what's he going to do? Like you're going to ride the fucking wave. Like that's
Right.
it. Yeah.
What about Dave Stevens?
Yeah, I guess like Stevens is there.
What about Strauss, the poster Star Wars guy?
Yeah, no. Yeah, like Dave Stevens, borderline. Like he's really borderline. Like he again, fantastic painter, but I don't know. Like Dave Stevens isn't Frank Franzetti in just the way how people adopted it, and people adopted Frank Franzetti and they put that into high art.
Right.
Like but Dave Stevens, even Ken Kelly that worked underneath Franzetti is not the same.
We're talking about Frazetta, right? When you say Franzetti, you mean Frazetta. Okay. It's like, am I missing something here?
Franzetti.
Franzetti. Okay, gotcha.
Hans and Franz.
Oh, that's funny. It's funny. What about H.R. Geiger?
Yeah, like he was like, but in my like he's interesting. And see, like this is where it pays to like know about their work and their career. Geiger was always an artist. Geiger never was like a commercial guy. Like, but given like he would make money by doing posters, right?
Right.
Like he would do what was
he basically
the,
created Alien, right? The Alien.
Yeah. But he would do posters. Like he had one called like Birth Control, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
baby fetuses like in the gun.
Right.
Like he did commercial things, but he's so freaking abstract it's like, dude, like, you know, like he's the one that blurs like every single possible line, and he's like the exception to every single rule, and he's the hardest guy to dissect, to pinpoint. You know, like it's like you learn about how he designed Alien and submitted that, and like they didn't know what the fuck to do with it, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know, like just along the way, like no one, and I would say even now, people are still catching up to his visuals. Truly, like, yeah. Like he's one of the few guys I would say he's
What
an
about
artist.
what about Jodorowsky?
Yeah, he's just a fucking weirdo. That fucking guy. He's just, dude. He's a weirdo that see, like he's someone too where like I need to know more about him because where, like, I don't know if he's like a nepo baby, if he has money, if he always came from money, because like the way how he acts and the way how he talks about some of his stuff, like it sounds like he comes from absolute money.
Well,
which would
Geiger
explain
came
a
from
lot.
money.
Yeah.
Geiger totally came from money. He didn't need to sell or really make any money.
No, but
he was rich. He was
yeah,
already
but,
rich.
but what he did with that though, like that's the thing, and Jordanowski is like, you know, like he's there, like he's done like nice comics, he's done beautiful looking books, but no one fucking can explain them to you. Have someone explain fucking the fucking meta barons to you. Have someone fucking talk about that, or what's the one? What's the one I have here? You know what? I'll tell you the good one of his books right here.
The Incal? The
No,
Incal?
the Ingles. That's just stupid stuff. Pull it up here. Where is my Jordanowski section? Fuck. Where is it? I'm looking for.
Oh, Chris, you're still in the chat. Yeah, oh man, definitions. What makes something art then? Yeah. Well, if you think about modern art or postmodern art, it swallows everything up. So you can just say essays and happenings are all art. So anything and everything could become art. That's the thing, you know.
This book here.
Oh yeah.
Mad Woman of the Sacred Heart. This is probably his like best comic. But it's also goofy because it's him. Like, you know, like he fucking everything's like a drug trip, you know?
Yeah.
But I would say like this is his best book. And I guess in my opinion, like really the one book, the one comic you have to say is art is Mal's right here. Like that, you know, like again, it's a small class of book that earns the look. You can see how many times I fucking read this. It's like split right here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I don't think there's a lot. I would not even call Watchmen art as much as I love Watchmen and know it by heart. I would not even call it.
The Watchmen. Jeez, the book that took me 10 years to freaking read. Dude, I couldn't get past Dave Gibbons' freaking 9-panel grid nonsense. It's so freaking paced. But once you do, once you do, it's there, you know.
Yeah, I think, but that's also like so many people do their own like grid techniques that sometimes like you don't realize it either, you know.
Yeah, but it was just so it like that his paneling and pacing just slowed everything down so much that I guess when you come from the 90s image stuff, you just like, oh my god, this is so slow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And it's really good and I appreciate it now, right? Like I'm not saying no to it. I just it took me forever.
You know, Watchmen's not for everyone.
And it's freaking good, right? Like it is good. Like there's no and even Alan Moore says, you know, I can't believe Watchmen's the pinnacle of freaking comics because there should already be 10 comics better than that by now.
Yeah.
Because it's shit, you know, like to him. like I just freaking wrote it and like everybody loves it. Like, yeah, well, I don't know. Being great is hard. It's not easy.
But I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, Watchmen is just the book. There's nothing that competes with it in my eyes.
Let's see. Luniverse says, "What makes something art then?" And I was saying that in modern art and postmodern art, like it swallows up everything, so anything and everything can become art. And you have like happenings and manuscripts, and that
Yeah, I mean,
explains the art and it's art, I guess.
Yeah, I think also too, like art it's a sales term at this point. Like it's used in a museum, so like what to call things, and it's a marketing idea, and it's like an artist, or it's like the same argument they make with like college athletes. Like like the last time you're an athlete in your youth is if you get to like a Division I school, and you play and you don't get paid. But then if you turn pro, as soon as like you start turning, getting a paycheck for it, you're not an athlete. Like you evolve into something else. And I think as if you're making like stuff and you're not getting paid and you're doing it kind of like out of passion, and it's not much of a product, meaning like a painting's not a product, like like sculpture is not a product. If you turn that painting into like a tote bag, the tote bag's the product. But if you're like almost like creating imagery just to do it, yeah, like that's art. Maybe you could call yourself an artist, but like someone else calls you that. Like you don't sit down and be like, oh, like I'm an artist. Like you have to have like a standard for it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I think it's at some point we're just revolving around semantics.
Well, that's us arguing about like maybe like what the the definition is,
right?
Like it, but I don't know. Like I don't know.
It's very hard. I mean, it's a continuing and subject of discussion even amongst the art community always. But I mean, like fine art and stuff like that. It's all marketing. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, but fine art would kind of be, like that's pieces and works and careers that the academics have labeled, and
right. It's academics.
Like there's volumes on that. So if someone is a fine artist, it kind of comes with like a journalistic lineage.
Right.
But I think if you're like you walk into an AC Moore and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, like you're not an artist. Number one, you're probably a fucking student first, and maybe you gotta be a student by yourself for 15 years so you learn like how to fucking do a landscape right and shit like that. And you should aspire one day for people to call you an artist, right? Like
that's clever. Yeah, that's clever. Yeah. Right.
And and I do feel like people use it as a crutch. They use it as a crutch of not being good, not knowing their materials, not taking it seriously. And I think some of those people they waste time. Like they even waste their own time.
Yeah.
Like let other people label you. That's it.
Sure. I hear you.
Probably just pissing a lot of people off right now.
Pete's being controversial.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm being honest.
He's trying to figure stuff out, people. He's mulling it over and throwing it out into the world and see what comes back. It's about ideas, you know. He's trying to discover it for himself and hopefully for others. And
Yeah, like
he,
what's the deal with
and
this?
he could be totally wrong. Just don't tell him right now because he's still trying to figure it out and he doesn't want to be wrong. But he could be totally wrong.
Slim chance. No, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think even too, like just in the world of comics, like you should push to be accurate. Like if you're drawing in like a superhero style, like drawing, being like a Roger Crumb or like a Baudet, that's one direction. But if you're trying to make superhero comics, you have to be accurate. You have to be a classical minded illustrator. So there's a academic level to all of that. And I think if you're not, and let's say you're not, like your anatomy is off and you don't know how to draw a car and shit like that, you're like, well, I'm an artist, and people just use it as this blanket excuse.
Oh, to be a shitty artist. Okay. I think I'm getting what you're saying now. I was trying to understand a bigger concept than what you're saying. No. Yeah. Under the guise of, it's just my style. It's just my style.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't have style yet because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, I get you.
Or like you fucking suck because you're not putting in the work.
Right.
That's
I
the
see.
It's like,
I
okay.
see. I understand why you're mad now. I get it. I get it.
I see the anger.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I get it now. Yeah. Go get good. If you're gonna be an artist, go do good shit.
Yeah, fucking learn.
Dude,
I like you. I think you saw it on. Like here, let me grab it. Dude, I think you saw the post, right? Hold up here. So, dude, I just spent like a ton of money on these to learn these, and like how much? Like these are $10 a marker, and I bought like. How many of them do I have? 1, 2.
Oh, for like doing the Copic thing, you mean?
Yeah, I bought 12 of these.
Uh-huh.
These are $10 a marker. I bought
what the fuck? Wow.
Yeah, I bought 9 different sets of these.
Different colors, right?
Yeah. So like here.
Yeah.
Like,
So you're gonna move on from the Crayola cheapo products to the high end. My shit's now worth $1,000.
Well, I've been like stockpiling for like a couple different reasons, and like it's just kind of, but a lot of it is really, just being able to, know the materials. Like this isn't about me. Like
later, Chris.
Like these investments are not about me drawing. These investments are about me learning about the craftsmanship side, and like it's just like like you should learn about, like, again, we talk about these, like Prang, probably like your best budget colored pencil like on the market, and this is like $9. You get 72 of them, and this is not about me drawing with Prang. This is about me like learning more about the craftsmanship. Like there's a craftsmanship side, and then there's the like what you can do with the material side, and they're completely separate. So I've been like preparing to kind of do these like really true like deep dives on, like, here, like I have like this, dude. I'm redoing my shelving in this room to hold everything. We got like every Crayola marker pencil here. Like it's a lot of stuff, but this is like exploring it's exploring the craft, not like accuracy or anything. Like this is about knowing your materials.
Right, you're playing. You're learning how to use the materials. Yeah, I get you.
Well,
Technique and
so it's like the idea for some of this is like, hold up here, is like if you walk into like an art supply store or like you walk into a museum, you can kind of like you can guess the exact materials that's on the wall.
okay.
Like you can see how things were made, and you can truly visualize it. So like you're not asking questions about that shit anymore.
Oh, right. About process materials. Yeah. I get you.
Well, yeah, like so, like here, like I don't know, like I'm trying to classify some of this too because I know it's confusing, right? So like here, like let's kind of if I grab this book here.
Let me ask you this, Pete. What inspired all this, or why are you so gun ho about it? Because you seem kind of a little fever about it, and I think it's like, where's all this coming from? You sound kind of mad about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's about like learning. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Like so,
somebody
like here,
didn't piss you off. Somebody they didn't touch you in the wrong place, did they, Pete? Oh, okay.
No, it's really it's really just about I think you have to be angry, so you do it. I don't think you do it out of like joy. I think you have to.
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I could see the anger, but like being more driven, and not necessarily have to be angry, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're happy and driven. I don't.
Okay.
So like here, so like let's look at the Monstars, right?
Okay.
So like some of the idea is to like reverse engineer. So when we look at some of this artwork, we know the paper. And I'm talking down to like the actual paper. I'm talking down to the actual marker. I'm talking down to the actual colored pencils for some of these highlights. Down to like what the layering techniques are.
Okay.
And the idea is to look at this stuff, and you can recreate this.
Okay.
Without research, without question, because you know these materials. And then if the materials are no longer manufactured, you can get very close to it.
Right.
And I call it like you fill in the edges of the map, which is a line from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You know, like to where like there's no more mystery in how things are done. And the only way to breach that is to, you have to spend a large amount of time with every single possible material out there. Every single type of marker, colored pencil, acrylic, so on and so forth. Like, and you should be able to recreate this with their materials or with ones of your own. And what that does is the craftsmanship side, like complements what maybe you can do like freehand. Because a lot of times you can do great stuff freehand and you can't color it. You don't know how to highlight it. You just don't know what to do, and it goes downhill. So that's where like a lot of that is like coming from, where you don't have to like look at things anymore. You can just see it, and you're like, like this is how they put this together. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not complicated.
I get what you're doing. Yeah.
But I decided to roll that into almost like a like my regular practice, like lifestyle, if you will.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. You're doing art school stuff. I get it.
No, it's not art school stuff though.
You're creating your own course.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like I don't know, like if you want to like you can, like some of it too, like we see it even with the digital stuff. Like how many guys do we know are digital and they have like computer trouble? and or they lose a computer or they lose a tablet, and they cannot recreate the work that they were doing for all kinds of different reasons. Some of them are like very valid, but like you, from the craftsmanship side, should come in very quickly, and you can supplement things and be very agile. And like, because like you should know what effects your materials can create, like what limitations your materials have.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And but we're wondrous when we see guys like Sam Keith, and we look at their originals, and it's hard to dissect what his techniques were and what materials he used. And you're just like, you stare at it and you're like, like you're almost like you're hypnotized to a certain degree, because you can't figure out how Sam Keith did certain patterns or textures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, you should be aggressive to figure that out. And what's the process for it?
Right.
What's the process?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of artists or comic book illustrators where we want to know the process. We want to see them inking, we want to see them penciling, we want to see the magic sauce. If coming from a aspiring illustrator / artist wannabe, because we want to know how the sauce is made, right? Like, is there secret and magic to it, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just kind of, I think it's what you have to do, but you also have to do the same stuff with your studies. So like for like, do I have it with me? Like, I started a sketchbook just for like drawing these. Like, I got like a couple sketchbooks.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because I got to the point where I'm like, I should, number one, be able to draw vehicles from memory and nail it pretty well. And number two, I should be able to see any vehicle and nail it to a certain level of accuracy.
Are you trying to become Kim Jong-gi?
Not really, because I don't, like, I'm not familiar with his like drawing style so much. Like,
no. He has a photographic memory. So,
right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, who
it's kind of like like, I'm familiar with him, and like what like, I guess, like, what I was trying to say, like, what his drawing like technique is. So he has like, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, he has like a drawing process and a technique to where, like, when he draws something, like, he starts here and then all of a sudden it becomes like a blow dryer, right? And it seems like he's tracing it. Like, that's a technique that he dissected and developed. I believe the book is Drawing the Right Side of the Brain. That kind of unlocked out.
That book's a misnomer. It has been proven that that's not how the brain works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I think people quote that. They quote that for him or whatever. But at the same time, though, it's like, for me though, it's really about like how, like, like, it's just like, if we were to boil down illustration to, like, how do we determine a great illustrator? So,
well, isn't that right? I was going to bring that up earlier. Is like, when comic books are made or commercially made, how do they decide which artist gets to be on X-Men? How do they decide which artists get to be on Batman?
Yeah, well, that's where, like, it has nothing to do with. I mean, there is some level of ability, but this is like, this is politics and you're standing within the company. Like, it's a popularity contest within the company. Like, that's it. Like, and that's where
based on sales numbers, right?
Yeah, sales numbers, or people like you. Dude, I was even saying something similar to my interns, where it's like, like, you have to be likable. Like, if you're likable, you will get hired.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Like
yeah.
that's
Uh-huh.
it. Yeah, and if you're likable within the company, you'll stay there and get promoted.
Right.
And if you're not, if they don't like you, they go to HR and they work on the way to get you out. Like they start building a case and you become, and they will find a way to get you out of that fucking company the most legal way possible.
Right.
And I've been a part of campaigns like that too, where and
You get on that blacklist.
yeah, but the thing is though, it's like to get in and start working at comics, they have barriers, they have prerequisites, they have ways to know if you're a artist of like intent, if you're going to improve. Like these are things that they can tell from your sample pages alone if you will ever improve, and they know if you're capable of improving. The 90s broke that standard, they broke that pattern. Like this is why the Image comic book era broke the idea of like having a lineup of artists and like or illustrators that can draw. Like the Image guys broke that, and the industry saw it happen, which is why there was such a huge pushback. The pushback against Image had nothing to do with those guys going independent. It was that they broke this like standard of how we look at these artists, how we rate them, like how we know that they're going to be valuable. Because what what happened, like you had these veterans that could draw anything, and they had to draw like the Image guys, and there's nothing more deflating and hurtful to like an industry, because those guys were right when they were like we're kind of going backwards with some of this shit. And the industry like never really like recovered from it. Like it never really did. Like the Image guys that which is why some of them are still popular now. It's fucking weird. Yeah.
Is that a bad thing, Pete? You sound kind of mad about it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a bad thing. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, when people are like, "Oh, we have to go back to the 90s." It's like, well,
oh, I don't ascribe to that. I don't think we
Like,
should go back to the 90s. I don't think we should go back to any era. You should just do whatever the fuck you want.
well, I think, well, there's like practices and procedures, like in like you kind of have to say collectively, like the comic book industry did take a nosedive, and like the reason why
there's no going back. Like that's the problem. There's no going back. That there has to be someone who comes up with a new way of selling or making comics. The thing is, the audience is dying. We're all it's the comic book audience is old. The American comic book audience, right? There has to be some kind of paradigm shift of why people want to buy comics again, or new readers want to buy comics. Well, and there isn't one, unless you move over to manga.
Well, no, I mean that's really what's going to happen. Like the superhero comic books will dwindle and die off and become very boutique, and then all the readers are going to go from like the young adult, and they'll go right into manga, and they'll skip Uncanny X-Men, like, and that's really what's already happened. Like that's the reality, and that's it. And it doesn't matter what you do on crowdfunding,
right? Because
it doesn't matter. Like
this will always be the indie market, always has been the indie market, and the indie market has always existed. It's not a parallel market. It's not a nothing. It's an indie market. Period. Like it's there's no big grand idea. It is what it is. The only thing that's been new is the crowdfunding idea, so that you don't have to come up with all the money up front on your own independently, and to get your book boutique printed, right? I mean, they used to say that whenever someone self-published or printed something, it was vanity printing. It was then nobody says that anymore. So it's not like and it was used negatively, right? Because oh, you did that yourself. You're just being vain. You're
Yeah. But I mean, I mean, I love the availability of printing, like just like what you can do with like just digital on demand, and you can have low thresholds, and it's really crazy, amazing stuff. Computer coloring and all that stuff, like crazy and amazing. But none of that means it's going to get this readership back.
Right.
Like
And look, I'm not against newsprint. I'm not against whatever Pete Samedi's doing. I think it's cool only because the price point, right? Like all I care about, and all anyone should care about, is trying to make the best comics you can for the cheapest amount per copy unit. When it breaks down to, say, you make 1,000 copies or 5,000 copies or whatever, right? However many you want. Because ideally, you want to get back to the kind of printing numbers where, back when X-Men #1 by Jim Lee came out, it cost 40 cents to print, right? Because they made 1 million copies and the price per unit dropped or whatever.
Oh, who knows? Yeah, I mean, just the economy of scale for that, like, who knows? Yeah, like, again, like, no, the comic industry doesn't have any real data. No one knows that.
Well, I remember looking in the Diamond catalog, and it would say like, if you bought 1,000 copies of this or that, you could get it for 50 cents, 40 cents back in the day, and the cover price was $1.25, right? It's like,
but the cover price is one thing. So like, like for example, like when Captain America: Brave New World comes out, we know, like there's ways to like dissect it. So no one ever really knows like the marketing costs for movies. That's just like a thing but people have ideas. Right. So right, but movie budgets are public knowledge, right? So like, right. How much Brave New World costs, period. But that's the thing. It's like, you don't even know how much X-Men #1 costs. You don't know how much like Jim Lee was getting paid per page on that, or even like how many people Jim Lee hired himself to help work on that issue, right? Like there's so much information, and when it comes to Marvel, like you don't know what some of the real margins are, because they weren't a public company then. So it's just like you kind of knew that they sold a lot of issues, and the company did well in 1992, right? Like that's
right.
It's the information is so basic. Like we just don't know. But when it comes back to I don't know why you guys are on like newsprint, and I don't know why you guys are on alternative press, because like he hasn't revealed his printer, right? He keeps his printer secret, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm not on it. Like I haven't even looked at it.
But, but Peter Samedi keeps his printer secret.
Right.
So, and then people are like, oh, we need to be more like him. And it's like literally that guy is like part of the problem. Because
that's how I see it too, Pete. That's how I see it too. But
okay.
I don't want to, I'm not trying to be negative towards Peter Samedi. He's a good guy. Like,
I mean, I guess,
for the
like,
most part, like as a person or whatever.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's holding back people, right? But because why? Are you trying to make sure you keep it for yourself, or you're trying to become a middleman to make a buck in between, or are you hoarding it for yourself because you're hoping the guy's going to die off and you can buy all his equipment to do it yourself? Like,
who knows?
What is the reason for the secret? Like, and who cares? And with the power of the internet, how come we haven't found it yet? Because it's not impossible to do. And everybody's like,
no,
nobody knows what to do. Nobody knows, and nobody knows. And like, who cares? If that's the case, and you care that much, why don't you figure out how to do it yourself? Go buy a printer, or go buy the process and make it. Like, and that's what kind of Pete's doing, right? Because he wants to fill that gap and that void, because he's gonna make money off you now, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that is like a solid point. But the reason why like people aren't figuring it out, because like comic books is still like small potatoes.
Right.
It just doesn't matter. Like,
right. And nobody cares enough to do it, which I get, but I bet if I spent an hour or two, I could find out. Like,
Maybe I
power
don't
of
know. Yeah,
Google
yeah.
and my telephone, and I can find out exactly what's happening.
But it's also not a part of making sales though. People are like, oh, if we could only print newsprint and make cheaper books. It's like, well, guess what, asshole? Like you have to make a good book too, and you have to make stellar good books, right? Like, and that's kind of where again, like that's a big disconnect. Where I think and I kind of made like a video on this where like a chunk of these guys out there, they're delusional. They're delusional individuals.
Right. Yes, there is some of that too. Yeah, absolutely.
They're just pretenders to the throne, and maybe like they're more of a hobbyist than anything.
Right. And look, I get it. Like even in my case, I may just be putting out a comic because I need to get it out of me, and then I'm done. Like
That's okay.
Whatever happens, and I hope I had fun doing it. And maybe after it's done, I'm like, I don't ever want to do this again. But that hasn't been the case for the most part, right? Because I still like making art or illustrations or whatever you want to call this stuff, Pete. I still have fun doing it.
Don't edit yourself when talking to me because dude, I'm brain dumping. A lot of it is like I do follow the stuff. I do practice what I preach.
Right.
I'm
just playing into.
But I know like Peter's like thought process and my worldview is not it's not digestible by everyone.
Well, you're a go-getter, right? You're trying to push forward, right? Like, and I don't want to say push the needle because that's dumb, but you're trying to push forward as a human being, as someone who enjoys comic books, as a hobby or a possible extra side hustle for a little extra bucks or whatever, or recognition, or just to show your talent or whatever it may be, whatever drives you to do it, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
Right? And connecting with other people, right? Because in the end, all of this is to try to connect with others, isn't it? Try to tap into the human experience that is this life, and and get on metaphysical and like have had something left on this planet that will probably last us in 100 years, and nobody will remember you after that. But maybe, and just not legacy, because unless you're a millionaire or more than a millionaire, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, well, no, I think with the power of the internet, you can make a legacy for yourself, and I think I think if you're really
maybe.
I think if you're putting yourself out there, I think you can make a legacy, and that's what people should try and do when they are on the internet. Like you should.
Well, yes, like it's a documentation of a life, right? Like all these videos are part of our our life, right? So I think that's pretty cool. And you and I have talked about documentation, right? Like documenting this process, documenting and YouTube has given people opportunity to document their lives, even people who vlog and all that stuff. I find that fascinating, right? So I don't know if you do, but I do.
No, it's no.
Even if it's curated vlogs, it's still something.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of what I do is I think I document more than anything. Like I want to document my thoughts on things. I want to kind of build like a linear.
Oh hell yeah. Just look at your YouTube page. You're absolutely, yes, you're documenting your thoughts, you're documenting your opinions, your way of thinking, your love for these different artistic endeavors. I don't want to
it's
say
weird.
They're art.
No, dude, like I said, but wait, real quick, I want to show you something. Speaking of like, because the very last artwork of mine that's not digitized is my earliest drawings, like my as a kid. So
cool.
So I've been like, part of like, all tonight I was like doing this while I was like talking to you guys. But yeah, this like we have like super early, like Peter A. DeLuca drawings here.
Wow.
Yeah, dragon. So here's what I would do as a kid. Say I would make like books. Say
Right.
like I had these stapled.
Uh-huh.
So I would have books with themes like these are all the animals, right?
Yeah.
Like very similar to like
What
like
you do now with all your sketchbooks. It makes sense. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You're going all Pablo Picasso on us. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and this is me just trying to like part of this too was like a good way to learn about animals. Like
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
'cause,
for
like,
sure.
here, like deer, donkey, horse.
Yeah.
Look, I have shaggy dog here.
That's crazy. Look
Like
at those
is it
birds.
hen,
Yeah.
hen, rooster, bird, pelican, like
That's great.
like owls, like just trying to like figure shit out, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so like I'm in the process of like digitizing these, and yeah,
Hey,
again,
Pete,
like,
that's just great. You should go back to that style. Just draw like
sure.
that.
Dude, like the funny thing is, how much you want to bet if I did, and I'll
You'd
just
be
get picked up
avant-garde and shit. Yeah.
I get picked up for licensing for
Yep.
Hallmark and get like a children's
Kids'
book
books
deal.
and stories. Yeah, absolutely. Animated movies.
Yeah, like Pixar
wow.
would just like adapt the style for one of their features.
Right. Dude, that looks great, dude. The back, the girl looking over, that's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Love the werewolf too, man. Looks good.
Yeah, what he sent me, like I think one of the werewolves had like a bloody mouth, and I just kind of like stole that because I'm like that is like a cheap trick. Yeah, like so he sends me this, and I kind of like here, like see, like there's like
I see it. Yeah,
yeah, and I was like, okay, like
that's
that's
cool. Yeah,
fucking, like that's going to get stolen.
Right. That's metal.
But yeah, so like I didn't know what to like. This is like also where you're like, well, what do you do with this? So I kind of took like this werewolf dude, and then I like this guy.
Yeah.
Like and then like this chick, like had fire, and I'm like, well, I can do that. So it was like fire chick, and then it's like cool looking guy, and bloody werewolf mouth. And then 90s moon.
Right. Gotta splat it in there. Gotta put that
gotta put that Steven, gotta put that crypt texture in there.
Yep.
Our crypt boy.
The mascot, of AKA Pad's mascot.
Dude, I was going through files earlier, and I had like when we did that Pike crypt drawing. And right, like I was like, wow, I was like, that's like this is like Hump Day episode 1 artwork.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like when I did the Pike crypt drawing. Yeah.
Right.
Which is like funny. It seems like a while ago.
Dude, it seems like forever ago. And I'm just like, man, time is just flying by, and I've done so much YouTubing and so many live streams now. It's been a blast. Like I've had so much fun.
So where do you
tons of
think,
art.
where do you think some of this is going for you? Like what's your like I know you always say like you want to hang out and have fun and this and that, but like do you like what's your
what's the end game? Let me hit this comment real quick. Comics Journey says try not to store them for too long. Those markers have a tendency to dry out.
They do, but you're supposed to store them upright, but they're also the reason why they're expensive too is like they you can resurrect the markers, like you can if they dry out
alcohol.
Like
propylene alcohol.
They're very
denatured alcohol.
Which like some alcohol markers respond to that, some don't, but they're and I think I can mail them back. I think they're like they're kind of under like warranty to a certain level. The talents. I think I can mail them back and get them replaced if like something happened. Other than like them not being used, like if I cracked one open and it was dried out,
right?
I could get it replaced.
Yeah. Comic Journey says AKA M and I share the same appreciation for Liefeld.
There you go.
Referring to you?
Maybe that's so. Yeah, Comic Journeys
Yeah.
is great. He's in my
Yeah, yeah.
chat.
Yeah. No, I remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for
yeah.
being here, buddy. And then Raul T says you have the link. I put it in. How much longer you thinking of going, Pete? I thought I dropped.
Oh,
it
I
in
don't
the
know.
other
Yeah, I
one.
mean, like, yeah. What? Oh wow, it's already 2:00, dude.
Yeah, I'm thinking of cutting it out, Raul. Sorry,
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
just
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
your link. We've been going almost. We're almost hitting 4 hours, and I would go another 4 hours, but I just finished this up, and
No, it's all right,
Pete and I
dude.
were
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
wrapping up the conversation. I think at a good point.
Yeah.
And you typed that in like 50 minutes ago, so sorry. Oh man.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I think we're in good shape. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's good to kind of do the like now, like when everyone leaves, it's almost like a green room talk.
Yeah. Well, so going back real quick to your big loaded question of what's the end game or
Oh
what's
yeah,
because that's a lot to talk about, and I mean we could go on a whole other hour, but just a quick little summary or projection or idea. I mean, at some point this is all going to funnel towards making pages. Like it's really going that way already. I can already see it with the Monday show, because we at some point, me and Aaron, my co-host over there, we're gonna have to move off poses, right? We're gonna have to move off this
Right.
stuff. We're pinups, right?
Yeah.
Because the whole goal of that show is to improve doing our own characters with a little bit of this and a little bit of ourselves, right? So the big plan that I have, and I'm pretty sure I talked to Aaron about this. What my goal is, and this is kind of I would say it's kind of a I'm doing a postmodern artistic take on how much of a comic book can I rip off in homaging like literal pages and
Yeah.
then turning them into my own story and make it cohesive. Like how can I take like this whole page, turn it into my characters, and then like incorporate it into my own story without
Oh, I
having
see.
to follow like this page, and then my next page is something either I made or it's another page from a whole different comic book where I take the scenes and adapt them so that it continues on. And so it's kind of I'm trying to do an artistic thing, but to make comics in the end overall. And even
Right.
if I adapt it to my own page layouts and stories and thumbnails, like that's cool. I'm just using all of this stuff as springboards, like especially all the stuff I homage. Like it's a springboard to make pages.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah. But yeah,
Does
that's
that make
good.
sense?
Yeah. No, so so a lot of it is just you like eventually making the product people can tune in on and then selling the product, right?
Yeah, I guess yeah.
Yeah.
Look, if you're on YouTube, people like you, and eventually people hopefully want to support you. And even if it never happens, that's okay too. Like, you have to have something to give people the opportunity to like you, appreciate you, PayPal you, buy something. You know what I mean?
Give me your shit. Yeah. No,
yeah.
no, I get it. Yeah. I just
But
it's a little bit like you're like you're doing a mid 2000s DVD release in reverse, meaning they like you would buy the DVD because you like the movie, but then they would sell you the process of how they made the movie with the DVD release, meaning making of documentaries, commentaries, interviews, cutscenes, like just like more detail, like you could drill into the movie more and more. But you're going in reverse. You're doing like the DVD special features, and then you're moving into the product.
Yeah, and you know what? The product may never come out too, Pete, because it takes money to make products, right? So And if there's never any money, then fine, that's okay too.
Yeah, but I think like you should take the work you're doing, like like technically your sketchbook work can be a product, like right, yeah. Because dude, I thought about just with the because I've been doing so much of like hump, like I call these like hump day characters, right? Like these are, and I already have like a decent stack of them, and I'm like, oh my god, like I could do like a hump day sketchbook at this point.
Well, that's exactly the other thing we were thinking. We could do like me and my buddy.
Yeah,
we could do our own Monday Night Draw sketchbook at some point.
Yeah.
He's like, can we make a book like that, like David Finch's? I was like, why not? We could technically.
Yeah,
we could try to.
And that's the thing. It's like you're kind of selling the process into a product. You just.
I already had somebody offer me $100 for this sketchbook, like literally, like he's like, I'll give you $100 for that sketchbook. I'm like, what? Like, I'm not for $100, but
Well, it's
I like $30 a page. How about that? I need
I had like people in the past ask me for some of my like Inktober ones, and I was coming up with like 25, 3,500, like 4,500. Just because I'm like, dude, like this is like a month's worth, like this is a month's worth of work. Like I'm not going to sell it to you for like a few $100s. Like this is but it's good to see like there's a level of interest though, and that's what your takeaway is.
Right. That's exactly right. Yeah. There's some interest in something. So and it has a dollar value to some extent, but not enough. Not enough.
Dude, real quick. So that thing I was texting you about, like documenting stuff for me. So here's the wild thing, dude. I was because like I had like other people lined up to hit up also for that, like not that big of a deal. But but I was sitting around, like it was like 3-4 o'clock in the morning a couple nights ago, and it fucking hit me, dude. I'm like, I can use like Grok. I can use like Open AI, and I'm like
an AI assistant. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can have them write me like the Python code to pull the info. So, dude, so for example, like for the podcast, that was like my first experiment. So I did that, and it took me about 10 minutes, and I pulled every single episode, every single time of the episode, the date, what the subject was, in about 10 minutes, and
really.
So I figured it, and I'm like, fuck, like I don't know why I didn't think of that, because I use like I directed AI towards what I needed it to do. So it was just like, all right, like then once we do that, like what's that step? So it wrote me like the code, and then I eventually was like execute this code now, and I gave like I gave like a couple like sources to comb. And I'm like, don't do duplicates. So I gave like the Apple feed, the Spotify, the RSS feed, and the SoundCloud. And I just said like use these links, and it did it. Dude. It took like a couple minutes to run though. It took like 5-10 minutes to like run it all, and then once it ran it all,
why didn't you, instead of like having it make the code, why didn't you just ask AI to pull all the relevant data you want and put it into a spreadsheet for you?
Because you know why? Because sometimes so it's almost like all the sources don't have the same things based on like how well they can comb it. Or like scrape it. Like it's called scraping. So so you're like, that's why I told it like don't list any duplicates, because otherwise the list would have been like 5,000 like rows long instead of being like roughly 1,000, right? And so here's the thing with everything, like I ran, it couldn't populate the most current ones, like the first like the 50 episodes from the top. Didn't pop, like it couldn't get them. for whatever
wow.
reason. So, but I'm
Right.
like, okay, like, but that's only 50. Like, that's no big fucking deal.
Right, it's the newest one, so it hasn't like the internet itself hasn't collated the data.
Yeah, or it's not like archived a certain way, or
Right.
it could just not be like in the server that the Python
Right.
kind of crawls into,
Right.
like some of the web history and
Uh-huh.
things like that. But
Right.
but dude, like it kind of like it popped into my head. It was like such a revelation. I'm like, oh my god, like why didn't I? So now, like I'm trying to get it's going to take a little bit of work, but to get like a Python code that can comb the YouTube channel.
You know what, Pete? You just made me think of something. I'm gonna ask AI if they could tell me who the printer the Peter Summetti uses.
Right. Yeah. Or give it the parameters of what you want to print. And
No. So or what is Peter Summetti planning? Printing comics?
Right. Yeah.
Who's his printer and his source? Like,
yeah.
I bet AI could come up with some good stuff, whether true or not.
Yeah. Well, dude, I'm telling you, it's such a great fucking tool. And
I should ask you what my overall end goal is, so I can tell you next time I talk to you what my overall end goal is.
Yeah.
It would know, right? At some point, AI is going to tell us all what we are and what we become and how we do it.
Yeah, and how happy you are in life.
Right.
You are
just like
sad.
Westworld when what's his name started being the star of the show.
Oh yeah.
They had the big ball, right?
Dude, it doesn't matter. Westworld season 1 is some of the best season 1 television that like sci-fi television that anyone could ever make.
I loved all of it. Man.
Yeah.
The big ideas towards the last the fourth season, I thought were phenomenal.
Did you watch that there was another like one and done show around that time. It was called Raised by Wolves.
Oh yeah. I did 2 seasons of Raised by Wolves. I just watched it last weekend. Yeah.
Wait, that's 2 seasons?
Yeah, it had 2 seasons. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I only watched season 1 then. Shit.
Yeah.
I thought that was like a 1 season.
No,
dude, I love like the visuals for that show, like the weird
so freaking good. So freaking good.
Dude, yeah, and like the weird like they're like Christians kinda, and then like dude, the floating death girl that just like screams things to like
dude, that's Void. Every time I see it, I'm like, that's freaking Void.
It does look like Void, yeah, 1000% it looks like Void, yeah. But dude, like that, I'm like, and that was like a show. I get maybe I am impressed that it got a season 2 because like I'm watching that and I'm like, well, this will never get another season. It's so far out, and I think we're better for it. You know, like I'm more I'm more happy it got greenlit than it became a success.
Right. Comics Journey. Are you talking about holographic printers? No.
We need.
I don't think we are. But going back to what you're talking, Raised by Wolves, Pete.
Yeah. Oh no. You can go. Yeah. But no. But
I was gonna say Ridley Scott produced Raised by Wolves, so it's all connected to aliens and Blade Runner. Because they're on planet 2.
It seems like it is.
No, it is. They're saying that it was a lead. There is a thin connection to it. Yeah.
Because you cannot dude, it's hard to cross Blade Runner into Aliens. Number one, because the alien stuff. We spoke about this before, and maybe we'll just make this point and we'll call it. In the alien movies, you have the androids, right? Like that's the hook. But then in Blade Runner, you have the replicants, and the replicants are not the androids.
Yeah.
And whenever you watch an alien movie and there's shit going down, you're gonna say to yourself, "Where are the replicants?" Because the replicants are disposable, like 100%. And it's like, why aren't the replicants doing some of this shit? Why are there humans?
Instead of androids.
Yeah, or technically, if you want to be really clear, if these people of this like magnificent future are intelligent, everything in aliens should involve replicants and androids.
Replicants.
Yeah,
And
like no
androids, yeah.
humans. Because why would you? Like that's whole.
Right.
That's all the stuff you find out with Rutger Hauer and his like thing at the end, where he's like they were sent into war, they were sent into mines, the replicants were the ones like breeding across the universe. Right? Like it wasn't the
Right.
humans. The humans were like a protected class. And they went into the stars, and then like whatever was left over was on shit Earth. Like that's really what fucking Blade Runner is. Makes no sense. But whatever. People like to
maybe further because Aliens comes later, right after Blade Runner.
Yeah,
like way later,
maybe
right?
like I don't even know. Like I never looked into what the proposed,
what the timeline falls, right? Where the timeline falls. So maybe all the humans are replicants. Like there's no longer real
so
humans.
that would lead
like,
into
they've become replicants, and it's androids, but now the replicants
right,
call
and
themselves human.
that would lead
right?
into Blade Runner 2049, where you base like the when Robin Wright in that movie says like this breaks everything. That's what she's alluding to where we're not going to know.
Right,
Yeah,
'cause
we're
the
not going to
babies.
know what's what anymore. Like type of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And what's funny is the evolution of the android leads to the same thing.
Correct.
Anyways,
Yeah.
They become us, we become them. The replicants did the same thing. They all lead
So
to
I would
us becoming them. Them
so
becoming
I
us.
would
you know?
accept that. I would accept if Blade Runner sets up like kind of how the replicants work, and then in Aliens, no one knows that they're a replicant. Then you're like, wow,
Right.
that's
and we've all become
yeah, and
they've
it's
all
almost
become
like
humans.
the androids are babysitting the replicants. Then you're like,
Right,
fuck, that's
right.
that's See, if they did a bridge movie, then you
Later,
just need
Montoya.
a bridge movie of someone saying,
Right.
like no one's
Yes,
seen a
yes.
real human being in 300 years. Like that's all you need to someone say, and then you'll be like, holy, like
TJ.
Ripley's a replicant. What the fuck?
Right, and that's why you had so many clones of her, right? And that's how that you could clone her because
yeah,
she has all the genetic material of replicant and reprocessing.
Yeah,
and all that.
yeah,
It's-
or maybe
TJ?
like I said, like the humans moved on to something, like which is like that's like Hyperion, if you're familiar with like kind of like that science fiction series where
Yes,
where
Uh-huh.
it's
Yeah,
kind of like like you're the humans like moved on to like another destination type of thing, like really fucking like cool stuff.
Yeah,
I think,
dude, have you watched The Foundation?
yeah, dude, yeah.
on
So
Apple TV.
here's the crazy thing. My computer, like my storage, like all my digital like world, it's organized in like a series of like hard drives, like named after Foundation. Like Foundation is like the foundation of my like digital life because
your servers.
But yeah, I did. I watched some of it. Right, like what's it up to season 3 now?
Okay,
it's I didn't hate it, but it's just one of those.
I think season 4 is coming out.
Season 4, okay, yeah, but Foundation's one of the things where like I know the books. It's a lot like Dune for me. Like I know Dune so well,
Right.
Like, I don't have to watch the movies. Like I it takes away a little bit of that desire. And but I did watch like the first like 3 or 4 episodes of Foundation out of curiosity, and I was fine with it, And I did people label that as JW because of the girl? Like I think.
Yes, the second or third season has a lot more of it.
Okay,
but aside from all that, and she's real fucking annoying, but whatever. There are some really great concepts when they talk about androids and AI and the banning of AI and all that stuff, and it's just mind-blowing stuff. Like the same thing with kind of like Raised by Wolves. There's like these concepts like that make it really hard to wrap your head around. Like because it's technology, but man, it looks like magic, right? And you're just like, what is happening? What is happening? How do I understand
that's
this?
awesome,
And I
dude.
love that stuff.
Dude. I'm always like I love science fiction so much. Like I'm always looking for new like sci-fi, and I kind of like never went back to that show, because like what happened was like I was reading. I just like went to the books. I'm like, oh, let me like reread like Foundation second.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Asimov. How does he come up with this shit?
No, dude,
Like, what the fuck, Asimov?
Isaac Asimov's like one of those guys too. Where
like, how do you pull it out of the fucking ether? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, nobody had thought of this shit before. Or like, who are you looking at that led you to
right,
think
like,
that? He just says, I'm a replicant. I'm the image of my mom and grandma.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Later
There you
comics.
go. But all right, dude. Yeah. Well, with that, right? I say we call it right. We think we're at
Watch June Prophecies too, dude. If you get a chance, they talk about AI and the AI computer 2 thing and the AI wars. Freaking awesome stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with I only read one of those books. They did a book on the Machine Crusade, like, and the Machine War. Yeah, and, but I didn't know that they did like that. He did like the sequel books from his father's notes, and then he did like the schools of the like Ben and like the Mentats, and there's like he's got like 9 or 12 books. Like I didn't realize he was that productive. Like where like the son has more books now than
the son
father. Like what the fuck? Yeah.
Dude, and it's so nuts how much Arab things are in it, like and terrorist type ideals and ideology.
It's but dude, nuts, like the funny thing, like you'll get this if you listen to like the Beatles, like if you listen to the Beatles albums and time of release, that part of the like the Western world got fascinated with Eastern philosophy. Like all around the 60s, and you see it in the novels and the music and like everywhere, and but it was like a real thing. People were like legit curious about the Middle East. They were fascinated with those ideas, and and like I guess like now it's like something else, but back then it was just like it was almost like a flex. It was almost just like a way to show that you are more intelligent and you cared more about things and stuff like that,
right. Well, it's the old world, definitely, right? And there's a lot of mythology and culture that they themselves, for the most part, in the Middle East, don't give a shit about.
They don't, care.
They don't care about their.
But no, dude, like, Asimov really is like. There's so much stuff on YouTube that like you can hear him like talk, and just the way how his brain, like he's like Harlan Ellison and Isaac Asimov are probably like two of the most intelligent authors you can ever hear like talk, and it's funny because in contrast you can there's a lot of Stephen King interviews, there's a lot of George R.R. Martin like interviews, like, and panels, and and you're like, wow, like those two guys alone, like a different breed to like everything that came after them, because it even
yes, TJ, it's probably like a resurgence of interest during the Beatles, or in the
I know,
70s, but I'm sure in the 40s and the 50s there was a huge fascination with
I mean, we're talking when it hit the culture though, like I mean, like
pop culture.
the lost city of like Zen or whatever, like like there's episodes of the Shadow radio show where he fucking fights guys in the Middle East, but it definitely became a part of the culture in the 60s.
Yes, sir.
All
right, P. Let's kill it. We're almost going 5 hours if we keep on yakking away. All right, P. Yeah, I'm gonna go over some quick stuff before I head out.
Okay.
You're more than
No, I'm
welcome
just going to jump.
hang out. Of
I'll leave
course,
it
if
up
you
to
gotta
you.
go.
Okay, bud. I'll talk
All right,
to you.
bud. All right, later, Pete. Thank you. All right, go check out John Apple's Exodus Z real quick. It's available over on Global Comics. The link was in the chat. Of course, I have a bunch of links for John Apple in the description below. Also, John is known as the Evil Ginger here on the show, but that's John Apple. And he's Salacious. No, is it Salacious Studios? I think that's what he goes by over on X. So just want to share that real quick. And then let me share this tab here. Go check out Scarlet Fever. She was here earlier in the chat, and Scarlet does reviews on TV shows, and she does video gaming, and she did an art contest that I participated in that was on the TV show Severance, and the contest talked also about Yellow Jackets and the TV show From. So I made artwork for Severance, so go check that out. That's Scarlet Fever on YouTube. Check her out. Like, share, follow, and subscribe to everyone, please, on the panel and the people I'm showing on YouTube here. Let me share this tab here, and this is Scarlet's X. Go check out her X account and subscribe to her and follow her and throw her some likes and tell her omerglitch sent you. And then this guy, he was having internet problems. Poor guy, man. He is definitely missed. And let me let his page load here. This is Mr. Rex. Go check out Rex's. What is this here? Rex's comic book, Devil Flyer, A Devil's Weapon, epic size 48-page comic one shot. Devil Flyer, 70 backers currently at 4,169 USD. Go to support Rex. Check out his book, his awesome magazine-sized comic book. Get the big tier for $300. It gets you everything that's he's offering. $80 will get you drawn into the comic book if you're interested in that. And I believe you get a physical copy too, and a digital of the comic itself. $60 will get you all three versions of the comic book covers, physical. $25 will get you cover A by John Dillard. $25 will get you cover B by John Felendez, and that's plus shipping. And then the wraparound cover by Jimmy Reyes, digitally colored by John Dillard, is $25 as well. You can get the Art of Devil Flyer 60-page for $20. A sketch cover is available for $20 as well. It comes with trading cards. You can buy trading cards. You can get the digital version by itself, $15. All sorts of stuff. So go check out Rex's campaign. He's got tons of art on here. He's got awesome stuff. He's even got artwork by me for sale for the Mighty Battle Brick. $80 will get you an original watercolor drawing that I did. If you're interested in that, I did a bog too, and that one sold for $60 already. So go check out Rex, like I said. Stuff by Tank Farrett. You've got Doc Blaylock. You got John Felendez, John Dillard, Jay Kreger. Lots and lots of people working on this book with Rex over there. And let me pull up his YouTube just real quick. And I showed this one already. And let me share this. Check out Rex's YouTube channel. He's currently at 525 subscribers, 1,900 videos. Rex does a daily show every day called The 4 O'Clock Shadow. Go check him out. I will be on with him tomorrow, and hopefully his internet doesn't crap out. And he's already set up the live show, and my face is plastered all over it. So it's so weird that he's using my little icon there for the thumbnail. That's so funny. But yeah, Rex has been trying to up his thumbnail game, which is great because you see a lot more interesting thumbnails now. So yeah, very, very cool of Rex to do that. And he's a great guy, real easy to talk to. He does interviews. If you've got a comic book or something you want to share, comic book related, art related, or YouTube related, you could jump in the chat and then you might get an interview with Rex because he's always looking for content, and especially if it's comic related, but even YouTube related or just talking about art or even YouTube news or pop culture news. Rex is real cool. Super awesome guy. So go check out Rex, subscribe to his channel, check his channel out, And thank you very much, everyone. Let me stop sharing and close this. And with that said, I managed my drawing for the Miss Mythicals. This is the main girl with the green top and the fire hands. And then let's see. And this is my character Glitch from Monday Night Draws. So check out my other show, Monday Night Draws, at 6 p.m. Central, which would be 7 p.m. Eastern, I guess. And with that, I'm going to play the outro. And I hope everybody has a great evening, morning, or whatever it is you're doing, or whatever time it is for you. And we got 25 people watching on X and 8 on YouTube. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, everybody in the chat. What is going on, MMB? What is going on, bro? I'm shutting it down. Appreciate you swinging by, though. Yeah, we had a little bit of space. I'm surprised Don never showed up. I don't know. Maybe he got mad at me again. He keeps getting mad at me. I don't know what I do. Piss everybody off, I guess. And then, I haven't. I don't really hit the check the show. I don't check my X for messages during the show because I'm busy doing the show, right? And I know Raul wanted the link earlier, but I didn't. We weren't going to be on very much longer. But anyways, thank you, TJ. Thank you for swinging by. MMB, thank you for swinging by as well. Appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody watching. TJ, thank you so much. You're awesome. And let me hit the outros, and we'll be out of here. Thank you, everybody. Alrighty, here we go. Hit the outro. Bye, everyone.
New meta. Best meta to date, I believe. Can't feel my mouse. It takes some getting used to. Oh, there it is. Here's my mouse. Okay.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it? Guess what day it is? Mike. What day is it, Mike? What day is it, Mike? What day? Uh-oh.
It's hump day.
Hump day? Hump day? Huh? Anybody? day is it, Mike?
Happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Get happy. Get on with it.
It's hump day.
The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur. But we, as one of our priorities, will discourage illegal migration. And I believe if you come to our border, you will be turned back. I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. It's got to be great for our country, for our community, for everybody in here, because believe me, we are all suffering, and we're suffering bigly, and it's getting worse. A disaster.
But we, as one of our priorities, will discourage illegal migration.
Wrong.
And I believe if you come to our border, you will be turned back.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
I want to be clear
They're not sending you.
to folks in
They're
this
not
region
sending
who
you.
are thinking about making
They're sending
that
people
dangerous
that
trek
have lots of problems.
to the United
And they're
States-Mexico
bringing those
border.
problems with us.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
So strong.
Do not come.
We have made them that way, folks.
Do not come.
Which is wreaking
Do
havoc
not come.
all over the world.
Do not come.
People are scared.
Do not come.
You're gonna see some real good things. I'm going to.
Do not.
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 I'm going to.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. So strong.
There it was, the birth of my dick. The most significant thing to ever happen in our species. Now, that makes for some interesting phenomena. My dick begins to grow. My dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. Here's what happens. My dick begins to grow. The power to stretch. Earth is turning into and out of my dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. To the center of Earth. A stream of atoms. Oops! The wind changed directions. And all of a sudden, you become a victim of my dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. You're not supposed to drop your dick. Drop your dick. Drop your dick. Drop your dick. Ever. Ever. You're not supposed to drop your dick. Drop your dick.
Jiggle. Is that an emote? Cheap it. Wait. I wonder if I can do it with my. Can you see me say that?